that decision yet. Insurance money motive again. This is from Troy Hubbs from YouTube. We were kind of told early on that there weren't insurance policies, life insurance policies for Paul and Maggie. At least that's what Dick Harpootlian had said when this whole thing first came up. So I took those two questions. Let's see. Mandy Jozo from YouTube. The fraud is their motive to why he allegedly killed them. Otherwise, how is this relevant? Character? What's your feeling on this, Chad? You know, do you think they also do kind of want to dirty Alec Murdaugh up a little bit?
Well, and it hasn't come up yet, but keep in mind that Alec Murdaugh went to a substance abuse treatment facility. So we also have to remember that someone who is under the influence of some type of substance isn't always in their right mind either. So is it? I don't know. I think the next few days is really going to show us a lot on that.
Yeah. Opioid addict. He was struggling with opioid addiction. Dick Harpootlian said he later went to rehab, as Chad just mentioned. So apparently this was a 20-year addiction. Opioid addiction is a huge problem in this country.
Isn't always in the right mind.
Let's see. Let's get to this break. Question, Josh Ritter, David L. from YouTube. How does the prosecution convey the relevance of Alec's financial wrongs to the murder without losing the jury? Josh, your thoughts on that? Harpootlian said he later went to
they have a point in saying, listen, Your Honor, we cannot, present this complete whitewashed defendant in a vacuum to the jurors. They have to understand what was going on in his life. They have to understand the narcotics abuse. They have to understand the financial problems that he was experiencing. All of that is important to understand whether or not they believe this man would be pushed to the brink of deciding to kill his wife and child. Where they're going to make a mistake, I think, is if they try to play that card too hard and it gets too much into a trial within a trial, and then you're creating absolute appellate issues down the road if he is convicted, because first things his appellate attorneys are going to argue is, listen, this was all about convicting a man based upon his character, not whether or not he committed these murders.
And that's the risk that they run there. When will his drug use be made known to the jury? This is from Tracy Conaway from YouTube. Gigi, do you think the defense is going to kind of try to bring that out, or do you think the prosecution? What's your gut telling you about that? Who might bring it up first?
Well, yeah, and that was something I was just thinking about just a second ago, is that it has not been mentioned yet. We're in week 2. I think if anybody's going to bring it up, it's going to be the defense, because it's a nationwide problem, and it affects the young and the old and the poor and the rich. And so it shows he's not immune to it. Could that give some sympathy to him with that jury? Maybe, but I don't see the prosecution really pushing that very much. Seems more like the defense could benefit more from the jury knowing all about that.
Very possibly. And a lot of people in this country, Chad, have struggled with it. As we said, there may be members of the jury who know a family member or a friend who's struggled with opioid addiction. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time. We would love to stay here with you guys and take more questions, but we got to get back to court. Chad, thanks for being with us. Josh, you too, and Gigi, I'll see you in a bit. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you've been watching Law and Crime live from Walterboro, South Carolina.
Michelle Yu. Thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. We are in week 2 now in the murder trial of former attorney Alec Murdaugh down in South Carolina. He is accused of the murders involving his wife Maggie and his son Paul back in June of 2021. And there are plenty of developments in court so far today, as the judge is trying to determine now whether or not to let details of Murdaugh's financial crimes be admissible in this trial. This all comes after the CFO of the former law firm of Alec Murdaugh testified outside the presence of the jury this morning in regards to his misappropriation of funds when he was with the firm. And court is just a few moments away from being back from their lunch break. So before we head down to South Carolina, let's show you some of that testimony from Jeannie Seckinger, the CFO of Parker Law Group. Let's listen.
Real quick, these are checks coming from the client trust account?
Yes.
And they're made out to what?
Forge.
But what's unusual to you that's causing you to have that feeling that you just described?
The endorsement in the Bank of America on the back, and the fact that it looked like Alec's signature.
Okay. All right. And so you talked to William Barnes, is that right?
Yes.
And did you talk to other partners about what you were finding?
We did. William and I then called Mark Ball, who had been aware of this situation the whole time. Mark Ball was the treasurer, so he came back into the office. We showed him the signatures. He agreed with us. And he also recognized one of the disbursements as a case that could not have possibly been dispersed yet because it was held up waiting some court orders for a workers' comp lien. We also talked to Lee Cope that night about it, and we came to the plan for Lee to call Michael Gunn with Forge and see if they had banked at Bank of America. And Michael Gunn confirmed that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years.
Did y'all send them a list of clients, the ones that you were pulling off of your system that had payments to Forge at Bank of America?
We did. We gave him a few names that evening, not the complete list. We gave him a few names that we had, and he verified that Michael Gunn verified to Lee Cope that those were not any structures or any annuities, and they didn't have records of them.
All right. Around this time, did Annette bring you anything, and that this is all going on?
Yes. So this is completely independent and coincidental. Annette, the same afternoon of September 2nd, was in his office trying to look for something, and when she moved to file, a check fell out. When the check fell out, she looked down, and it was Chris Wilson, and it was the $225,000 check payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh that we'd already found.
Once you started printing out all those Forge ones that had Alec's writing on it in Bank of America, and you contacted Forge, did you ask them whether or not they ever banked the real Forge, if they ever banked at Bank of America?
Lee Cope had that conversation, and Michael Gunn verified that they had not banked there in a number of years, more than 10 years.
And they didn't have any active structures on any of the clients that y'all had given them?
That's correct.
As a result of that, what did the leadership at the firm do next?
We convened a meeting on the morning of Friday, September 3rd at Lee Cope's house with the majority of the partners and myself present. We discussed what we had found and showed everybody the documentation that we had recovered. And then the choice was made. Randy was not present initially. The choice was made to bring Randy in and show him what we had found.
And after Randy was brought in and showed what was found, what happened next?
Randy immediately conceded that we needed to talk to Alec, that it looked like he had stolen. And Danny and Randy got together and met with Alec outside of the office.
Okay. And did they confront him with this information?
They did, and it's my understanding that Alec admitted it. Randy was not present initially. It was determined he would resign. To bring Randy in and show him what we
Did he ask for a
found.
leave of absence?
I think he tried to do a few other things before resigning, but we made him resign.
All right, a lot
Randy
to take in
immediately
today from South Carolina.
conceded that
Criminal
we
defense
needed
attorney
to
Bob
talk
Mata,
to
who is
Alec,
the host
that
of
it looked like he had
Defense
stolen.
Diaries podcast,
And
joins me
Danny
this hour to
and
chat
Randy-
about this. Bob, what did you think of Jeannie's testimony? Should this be admissible in front of the jury?
It's a tough call. You know, and the way that I kind of look at this is, in all honesty, I think it's a situation where you should be careful what you wish for if you're the prosecution. If they let this in, I think that completely opens the door for the defense to come in with the more reasonable scenario that one of these people, maybe even an employee of the firm, is so upset with Murdaugh having stolen the money that they are exacting revenge, either by, you know, coming there to kill Murdaugh himself or his family. I think it's a very dangerous play by the prosecution, actually. So depending on what the judge is going to do, and it sounds like he's going to take it witness by witness in determining who he's going to let in terms of evidence and what he's not. But it's a dangerous play by the prosecution, because I don't think any of us love the motive of the state, and it seems clear that this was kind of an end around in terms of trying to be able to get these financial crimes admitted so that this jury could hear it. So we'll see how it plays out, but again, I don't know how it'll work out for the state at the end of the day.
Well, we do expect to hear more witnesses from the law firm later. How crucial will their testimony be, Bob?
I think what we're going to hear is it's going to substantiate exactly what the first witness said. You know, I mean, her no one's going to be more thorough than she was in terms of, because I mean, she was the CFO. I mean, she knew all of the intricacies of what was going on with the misappropriation of funds. So I think ultimately the judge is going to find that the evidence is just duplicative. You know, which I think that he alluded to. You know, he just doesn't need to have people that are just saying the same things in order to just pile it on. So that's why he's going to take it witness by witness. You know, this is the kind of day that only a trial attorney can love. You know, the jury is sitting back there not doing anything, wondering what is going on. You know, when juries are back there, they have no clue what is going on out in that courtroom. So it's a tough day for the jury. And maybe a tough day for just general observers, but us trial lawyers love these kind of days because this is going to the heart of the case, frankly.
Yeah, so we have asked other guests this, but I want to hear your thoughts. Do you think this plays more into the prosecution's motive, that Alex Murdaugh committed these murders to cover up his schemes? I mean, he was confronted on June 7th, the day Maggie and Paul died.
I do. That's what I'm saying. I think that the entire purpose of the state bringing this in was so that they could have the jury hear about these financial crimes, because we have to assume that the jury is a blank canvas coming in. I mean, that's what we always want in terms of attorneys and the judge. We want jurors that don't come in with a bias so that everything they're hearing is fresh. You know, I mean, obviously this is a high profile case. Obviously a lot of people out in the public have heard about the case, but you know, you're hoping that the jury hasn't. So in terms of them bringing this evidence in, again, I think it's a dangerous play by the prosecution, because it really does open the door. If I'm defense counsel, I'm saying, oh, this is perfect, because that is an actual motive. This guy stealing people's money, one of them, he upset just enough that they've decided to come exact revenge based on their money being stolen. I mean, we know money and sex are two of the biggest motives in most murders. So I think it could backfire on the state. I really believe that.
Great insight so far, Bob. I do want to switch gears now and listen to prior testimony from Will Loving. He was a close friend of Paul Murdaugh and planned to live with Murdaugh prior to his death. Let's listen to his testimony and then discuss.
How many voices did you recognize on that video?
Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh.
And how sure are you?
100%.
The person whose voice you recognize on there that you identified as Alex Murdaugh, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point him out for the jury?
He's sitting right there.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
It does.
When was the last time you saw Paul in person?
It would have been the weekend previous, or 2 weekends previous to when everything happened. It was Memorial Weekend.
So you saw him Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And where did you see him?
We all stayed at the Edisto Beach House.
And when you say we all, Who are you referring to?
Me, myself, and 3 or 4 other buddies, along with Alex, Maggie, and I believe that was it.
And did you spend a lot of time with Paul around his dad and mom?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how would you describe Paul's relationship with his father?
It was an awesome relationship.
And what do you mean by awesome?
It just kind of seemed like Paul was the apple of his eye.
Okay. And from your observation, can you tell the jury what you observed of Alex's relationship with Maggie?
I thought they had an awesome relationship as well, from everything that I could see. You know, they were always laughing and everybody got along. You know, nothing was out of the ordinary at all.
Still at the very end, please. Who's that guy in the green shirt? Do you know?
That's Chris Wilson.
Do you know Chris Wilson's relationship to Alec Wilson or Alec Murdaugh?
Yeah, I think they're best friends.
Best friends. Best friends should do each other right. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about when you found out about the murders, and you talked to some people, and then you kind of hightailed it out of your place, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you were scared, or at least thinking about the possibility of some sort of harm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because it was a shock for everyone, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
It stopped everything in its tracks, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
And everybody was worried about this family and what was going on and what had happened. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Anything else people were worried about went out the window. They were all focused on Alec at that moment, were they not, in themselves? Is that correct?
I mean, I think they were focused on everybody that had anything to do with it.
Anything that had anything to do with this family, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about the relationship that you observed between Alec and Paul and Alec and Maggie. Is that correct?
That is correct.
To your eye, it was a very good relationship. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was a good relationship in my point of view.
Did you know anything about Alec's finances?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about his law practice?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about where he gets his money?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about where he was spending his money?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about what his bank account balances were?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you know anything about the debt that he was carrying? Do you know anything about that?
No, sir.
Did you know the specific things that were going on in the boat case the week that Paul and Maggie were murdered?
No, sir.
Do you know anything about civil discovery and how it can expose financial information?
No, sir.
Do you know anything at all about him being confronted on June 7th, 2021 about...
Object.
Didn't hear the question.
Did you know anything about him being confronted on the morning of June 7th, 2021 about $792,000 of missing fees from his law firm?
Objection, Your Honor, but totally improper.
Objection's overruled.
Did you know anything about that?
No, I did not.
You know any of the facts of those things that I just asked you about?
No, sir.
So yes, that was Will Loving, Paul Murdaugh's friend, and we'll get to him in a moment. But I do want to inform our viewers that court is expected to come back from their lunch break any moment now, so we'll bring you that once that happens. But for now, Bob, I want to bring you back on here. This witness you just heard, Will Loving, is no doubt close to the Murdaugh family. He said he has no doubt that that was Alec Murdaugh's voice that he heard in the video. However, he also said that Paul and Maggie seem to have a good relationship and that Paul was the apple of Alex's eye. What do you make of all of this?
I think that that particular witness was used as a vehicle in order for the state to be able to do what he did at the end of that redirect, which is basically state one after another all the prior bad acts that Alex Murdaugh is at least at this point, accused to having committed. So, I mean, it was strategically, it was a good move by the state because he was able to go through a litany of things that he wants the jury to hear about things that Alec Murdaugh has done. You know, so I mean, in terms of kind of, and you know, there's an argument about whether or not those two witnesses, the two friends, Rogan and this young man, whether or not that opened the door in terms of the questions asked by the defense in terms of Alex's character, whether them asking that opened the door for these financial indiscretions and you know, the theft and the fraud to come in. So we'll see how that plays out. But I really think that the entire purpose of putting him on and the end of that particular redirect was simply to be able to have the jury hear that long list of pretty awful things that Alex Murdaugh is accused of doing.
I'm curious, what was your immediate reaction when hearing the three voices on that video that he received?
Initially, my gut was, uh-oh. You know, it was, you know, I think I tweeted there was smoking gun evidence. You know, but as a criminal defense attorney, obviously, I sit and start thinking about it. And I can't recall, and maybe you can answer the question for me. I thought that during the opening that they fronted the fact that he had lied about that issue, which, you know, because look, the defense knew about this. It wasn't like they were taken by surprise. Obviously, they knew that this was going to be a major problem for them. And, you know, in the year preparing for this case, they're trying to come up with the best approach in terms of how to handle that at trial, knowing that it's coming. And, you know, I think at the end of the day, it's going to boil down to whether or not Alec Murdaugh is going to testify. Because I think that it's powerful enough evidence that the jury is going to need to know why he lied about it. And, you know, they're going to have developed a theory as to, in them being the defense, as to why he would have lied about that particular thing. And I think it's pretty simple, you know. I mean, look, everyone's looking at the husband first, right? I mean, the situation, he calls it in, he's the husband, he's got all these other things going on. I mean, in that particular circumstance, he may not want to, you know, to have put himself where the bodies are found just out of self-preservation, not because he had committed the crime. So it's going to have to get addressed at some point, and I imagine that it's going to get addressed in that form. But it'll be interesting if they're going to put him on the stand. I don't know, but I mean, that's always terrifying as a defense attorney.
Yeah, that video has been talked about as one of the biggest keys of evidence from very early on. So we got to finally see that. Bob, what are your overall thoughts, I'm curious, about the defense cross-examining one of the victim's close friends? They used to have a relationship. What could be going through the jurors' minds when they watch all this go down?
You worry in a situation like that it comes off as defensive from the defense side. You know, I mean, because everything is all about how it's going to play to the jury. You know, every witness that you're going to put on and cross-examine, you know, you're talking collectively as a team, as a defense team, like, how do we handle this witness? You know, because how is it going to play off to the jury? Because at the end of the day, the lawyers, the judge, they don't matter. What matters are those, you know, 12 jurors in the box and the alternates that are sitting there listening to the evidence. So, you know, I probably wouldn't have played it that way, you know, but I understand why they did.
All right. Well, it looks like court is supposed to come back in just a few moments. We're going to check in on Gallatin County Courthouse in a moment, but we do have to take a quick break here on Law and Crime. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You may now be seated. You may bring the jury. may now be seated.
You may bring the jury. With the jury and then resume with in camera. And perhaps delay the jury coming for till later tomorrow morning.
The jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you, and welcome back. You may call your next witness.
State calls Investigator Dylan Hightower.
Raise your right hand and left hand. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Take a seat on the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Dylan Hightower, Hightower. Investigator Hightower, good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Where are you employed, sir? I currently work for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office as an investigator. I also supervise the Criminal Intelligence Unit within our office. All right. Well, what is the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office? The District Attorney of the 14th Circuit, which is comprised of 5 counties, Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties. Our office handles all general sessions-related criminal offenses in court. All right. And specifically your role as an investigator, what are your duties at the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office? Yes, sir. My duties are to prepare cases for trial, locate and identify witnesses, interview witnesses, obtain any additional evidence that may be needed prior to trial. We also prepare witness testimony for all of our potential witnesses for all of our trials. Also, outside of preparing cases for trial, I assist with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies with active and criminal investigations. Okay. And can you just briefly describe your background in law enforcement that led to your employment at the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office? Yes. So in 2010, I graduated from the University of South Carolina in Columbia with a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology. Soon thereafter, a criminal intelligence position became available within the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office, to which I then applied and accepted. Initially, when I first was hired, I attended a 4-week on-the-job training at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division and the Fusion Center for Criminal Intelligence Analysis School. Afterward, I attended the PenLink Call Analysis Training Center there in Columbia as well. In 2013, I became a Class 1 certified law enforcement officer. In 2014, I attended the ETS Fundamentals of Call Detail Record Analysis in Pinehurst, North Carolina. In 2015, I attended and became a Sistine SecureView cellular forensics operator to obtain the evidence from a specific device or telephone, cellular telephone. In 2016, if I may refer to my notes? Yes. Timing. Later on in 2015, I attended a course, Gladiator Cellular Forensics course, where we learned about ESPA and GAR. ESPA stands for Enterprise Sensor Processing and Analytics. GAR stands for Gladiator Autonomous Receiver. Essentially, that class taught us to use specific devices and software to identify digital footprints of cellular towers within a specific area. In 2017, I attended a operator course for Black Bag Mobilize, which is a forensic tool to extract data off of a cellular telephone. In 2018, I attended the FBI CAS. CAS stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, on a class involving historical cell site analysis, which identifies tower activity, tower orientation, sector information of incoming and outgoing calls on a specific telephone number.
And investigator, I'm going to stop you there. So as part of your job as an investigator at 14th Circuit, your role is to help with cell records and cell tower information, correct?
Yes, sir, among other things.
And you've also had training on downloading and doing extracts from phones as well, correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Is it unusual for you to respond to murder scenes in the 14th Circuit?
No, sir, not at all.
And you've personally met the defendant in this case, Mr. Alex Murdaugh, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And does Mr. Alex Murdaugh, or at least at one point, have an association with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
Yes, sir, he did.
What was that association?
He was identified as a volunteer solicitor within our office.
All right. And when you say assistant solicitor, what does an assistant solicitor do?
They prosecute cases in General Sessions Court.
And you've, in your role, you've participated in a number of trials before, correct?
I have. I've been doing this for approximately coming up on 12 and a half years.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to participate in any trials with the defendant, Richard or Alexander Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. There was one.
All right. And approximately when was that?
Probably 2015, 2016. It was a murder case out of Hampton County.
And what role did Mr. Alexander Murdaugh fill in that case?
He was essentially one of the prosecutors on the case. His father, Randolph Murdaugh, was technically the lead on the case and who I spoke with and met with prior to my testimony in the trial.
Okay. All right. Let's move forward to June 8th of 2021. You recall that day, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And did you have an occasion to respond to 4147 Moselle Road here in Hampton or Colleton County?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And briefly explain how you became involved and why you responded out there on that day.
So that morning, multiple phone calls were crossing through multiple employees throughout our office regarding the incident that occurred. We being myself, two other investigators, my solicitor and my deputy solicitor, traveled to Sled Low Country here in Walterboro and attended a briefing involving all the law enforcement agencies responsible for the investigation. During that briefing, we learned more about the particulars of what had occurred, and then afterward, we had all traveled together in multiple vehicles to 4147 Moselle Road.
Okay. So yourself and several other 14th Circuit investigators responded, correct?
Yes, sir. I drove with one other investigator riding with me. One additional investigator met us there. Captain Ryan Neal with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division was in the vehicle with Solicitor Stone and Deputy Solicitor Thornton.
And now you just testified that it's not unusual for you yourself to respond to murder scenes, correct?
No, sir. And all of the murder cases that I've been involved with and any type of criminal proceeding, probably 95% of those scenes I've actually gone to.
Okay. And was it unusual for the solicitor to respond to a scene that quickly after an incident in your experience?
No, sir, not at all. Again, we, as a staff involved with the prosecution team, we had always traveled to a crime scene if we go to a courtroom.
All right, and just so it's clear, I don't know if you said it yet, but who is the solicitor of the 14th Circuit?
Solicitor is Duffy Stone.
And he'd be your direct boss, right?
I go through the Deputy Solicitor, Sean Thornton, but...
he'd be the ultimate boss.
The ultimate boss is Solicitor Stone, yes, sir.
All right. And once you got to the scene, what did you do?
Once we arrived on scene, we met with Captain Ryan Neal, kind of all in a group. Captain Neal then walked around the scene and kind of noted different points of view, different pieces of The crime scene had already been relinquished at that point by the crime scene agents. There was no crime scene tape up. It was wide open. There were multiple members of the law firm there, other SLED agents as well. We had all kind of walked around the scene, around the barn, around the kennels, identified the points of interest of where each of the bodies were with Paul and Maggie, and then kind of circulated around the property and got a better visual of what all actually occurred.
Okay. And while you're there, did you bring any equipment with you to help aid in the investigation?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you bring?
Our 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office drone.
Okay. I'm going to show you some pictures. Let's see, they are marked Exhibit 242, 241, 240, 239, 237. Get these papers apart. 238. Do you recognize those pictures, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. What are those pictures?
This is drone imagery of the scene right around the kennels and the general vicinity around the kennels.
And that was from a drone you operated?
Yes, sir, it is.
And about what time do you recall that you took those pictures and what day?
It was on June 8th of 2021 between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m.
Okay.
Afternoon.
Take those back from me. Look at them anymore. Exhibits 242, 241, 240, 237, 238, and 239.
They're admitted without objection.
I'll need the Elmo, please. Okay, can you see this picture on your screen, Investigator Hightower?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, and what is this image of?
So this is closest kind of in the direction of the house, looking back towards the hangar area, as well as the dog kennels off to your right. My vehicle is right dead center in the picture, and then other SLED agents' vehicles were over on the left.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to step down real quick to point out a couple things, if you don't mind. All right, and you might have to step over these boxes, but can you point out, from what you were told when you were on scene, approximately where Paul Murdaugh's body was found on that picture?
Towards the hangar area, as well as the dog kennels off to your right. My vehicle is Paul's body was right here near the dog kennels, and then other SLED agents' vehicles.
Okay, and where was Maggie's body? Okay.
She would have been right under this area over here, just on the corner around the edge.
And you testified by the time you got to the scene, the SLED crime scene, you cleared it and it departed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you say, you can take a seat again. When you say that the crime scene had cleared, what does that mean to you?
It was no longer an active crime scene. Once the crime scene tape is removed, it's no longer active.
So other individuals could walk and view the crime scene at that point?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right, and that was Exhibit 240. And I'm going to show you Exhibit 241. And that's the same general area, a little bit closer on where Maggie and Paul's body were, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right, and now I'm going to show 242. All right, and that's a little bit lower angle, looking at the same area where Maggie and Paul's body were, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you Exhibit 239. Okay, what is this? What is this angle? What is it looking at? And in fact, if you want to step down again and point to the jury, what that glare is pretty bad. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so at the top of this picture, in kind of the center, what is that?
So this here is the residence of 4147 Moselle Road. That's the actual residence. This is the field between the residence and the kennels. Again, the kennels, the edge of the kennels is right there. You can see the top of the hangar there as well. So this is a direction looking directly over the hangar, pointing directly back towards the residence.
All right. And I'm going to ask you to sit down a second, but I want to call your attention to this line of trees right here. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. In this picture, you can take a seat. This picture was taken when?
These were taken on the afternoon of June 8th, 2021.
And we see some pine trees kind of running diagonally between the kennels and the house, correct?
Yes, sir, you do.
And you were out there at the scene personally, correct?
I was.
And from the best of your recollection, can you remember the approximate height of most of these trees at that time?
I would approximate probably 6, 7, maybe 8 feet on certain ones, but you did get a clear channel, a clear view back towards the residence.
Okay. And you've been out there more recently, haven't you?
Yes, sir, I have.
And did you notice any differences with those trees, at least at present day, compared to June of 2021?
Yes, sir. It's much more overgrown than what it looks like in that picture.
Have those trees grown higher?
Much higher, yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, this is going to be Exhibit 238. And this is approximately the same angle, correct?
The same angle, just the drone shifted backwards a little bit so you could actually see the full hangar, the full kennels, as well as the residence.
All right. And finally, I'm going to show you Exhibit 237. All right. And what angle is this in relation to the other?
So the idea behind this was to identify both driveways accessing the residence as well as accessing the barn area. So this is further back, kind of closest to the field area, looking back towards the hangar, the dog kennels, and the two driveways that you could travel or arrive onto the property.
And this gives a good angle of those trees we were just discussing to show how closely they're spaced, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Let's step back a little bit chronologically, a little earlier in the day of June 8th, 2021 for you. While you were at the scene, did Maggie's cell phone come up in conversation?
Yes, sir, it did.
All right. Describe the context of that. How did it come up, and who was there when it came up?
It was during the general overview of the scene. We started asking questions about pieces of physical evidence that might have been identified. I learned at that time that Paul's phone was found on him, and Maggie's phone was not located anywhere near the scene during scene processing. So therefore, I explored other options to try and identify where her phone may be.
And you testified a while ago. You've got pretty extensive training and experience dealing with cell phones, correct?
Yes, sir. Every case, I would say 95% of all of our cases we put to a courtroom involve all forms of digital forensics, cell phone extractions, cell phone records, things of that nature. It's a part of our everyday life.
So with that background, when you learned Maggie's phone was missing, did you have any ideas?
I did, yes, sir.
What idea did you have?
Knowing that the Murdaughs were a close-knit family, I figured one of the family members might have had her direct location on Find My iPhone, knowing that they all utilized iPhones.
And did you communicate that idea to anybody?
Yes, sir, I did. I spoke with John Marvin Murdaugh on scene.
All right. And what did he do in reaction to your suggestion?
He believed that one of the family members did have access to Maggie Murdaugh's phone location via Find My iPhone. He left for a few minutes, short minutes, and came back to me with a cell phone believed to be Buster Murdaugh's phone.
You're not 100% positive whose phone?
Not
it was?
100% positive.
All right. And what did you do once this phone was handed to you by John Marvin?
I took possession of the phone, obviously looked at the virtual map, walked in the direction of where I believed it to be to see if it might be in the general vicinity of where we were around the dog kennels. As I walked probably 30, 40 yards, I realized I was much further away than I originally anticipated. So I then went back to my vehicle. I got in with John Marvin. I had possession of the phone the entire time. Two of our other investigators, Solicitor JoJo Woodward and Investigator Donnie Hutto, rode with me back towards the general area of where the device was showing.
Okay. And so you had this family phone the entire time, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you were tracking to where Maggie's phone exactly was?
I was driving and looking down at the phone, making sure I was going in the proper direction.
Approximately how far did you drive?
About a half a mile from the entrance to the barns, the driveway to the barns.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 227. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what is that?
That's an overview from Google Maps that shows both the residence as well as the general location of where I ultimately located Maggie Murdaugh's phone along the edge of Moselle Road.
And you prepared that?
I
did.
did.
The location?
Yes, sir.
All right. And state moves 227 to evidence. Okay. Can you see that on your screen, Investigator Hightower?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. We're going to ask you to step down one more time. All right. On this overview, can you point out where the residence is for 4147 Moselle?
The residence is here. You can see the driveway here as well. And then the kennels are up here.
Okay. And there's a marker on there, correct, that says general location of phone?
Yes, sir, that'd be right here.
All right. And that's where you found Maggie Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Yeah, so I was walking, when I was trying to get a better idea of where the phone actually was, I was walking up and down the driveway here to the kennels, obviously looking down at the phone, trying to identify the general location. Once I started to realize the phone was much further away, that's when I jumped into my vehicle. I turned and went southeast of the residence area. Once I got to this specific area where the field kind of opened up, I started getting closer and closer to the blue dot that you would see on Find My iPhone. Once I got closer and closer, we all got out on foot and walked the property to identify where that phone was.
Okay. And you can take a seat. And I'm going to hand you Exhibit 236, 235, 234, 233, 232, 231, 230, 229, and 228. Do you recognize any of those?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and what are those?
These are photographs that I took of Maggie Murdaugh's phone as it was laying in the brushed area or leaved area closer to Moselle Road, about 15, 20 feet away from Moselle Road.
And did you ever personally pick up Maggie's phone?
I never touched the phone. Once I identified the location of where the phone was, I contacted Captain Ryan Neal with South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. He sent a team with Special Agent Katie McAllister and Special Agent Jeff Croft to take possession of the device.
So when you took these pictures, Maggie's phone had not been touched, correct?
It has not been touched. No,
All
sir.
right. At this time, the state's going to move exhibits 236, 235, 233, 231, 228, 227, 230, 232, and 234 into evidence.
No objection.
They're admitted without objection.
Okay, I'm going to show you first Exhibit 230. All right, and in the center of this, I see two orange flags. Do you see those?
Yes, sir, I do.
What are those orange flags?
So once I located the device, I found some standard landscape flags laying around. I then obtained those, walked over towards where the phone actually was,
Yeah,
put one
matter
towards the
without
phone
objection.
and one kind of where you could see from the roadway as the SLED agents were responding to collect it.
Okay. Where would show you first Exhibit 230 again?
So it'd be the furthest one away. This is just a point of view from the street looking back towards where the phone
In the
was.
center of this, and we see looks like pavement in the foreground. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is Moselle Road.
And so that represents the edge of the road, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And just so it's clear, is this the north side of the road or south side of the road?
This would be,
Well, let's go back to the map. Let's go back to Exhibit 227. So this represent north-south is up and down on this map you prepared?
yes, sir, it does.
Okay. All right. So was the phone found on the right side of Moselle Road on this picture or the left side?
It would be on the right side from this angle.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 234. And do you recognize what's in that picture?
Yes, sir, I do.
And right in the center of that picture, what is that?
That is the Apple iPhone that actually had a camouflage case with an orange tint to it, and there was standing water on top of the screen.
Okay. And I see a little black area if you look up and left of the phone in the center of the picture there. Do you know what that was, or was that anything significant?
I don't believe it was anything significant. From what I recall, it might have been a bottle or something of that nature.
Okay. I'm going to show now Exhibit 231. Okay. And I believe in the center of this picture, towards the bottom, what is that?
That is the cell phone identified as Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
And we see an orange flag just a little bit in front of it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And is that the orange flag you placed?
It is.
All right. And then in the distance, I see a line, a white line. It doesn't show very clear on the Elmo. But what is that? And I can bring the picture to you if you need.
Well, I could explain what this picture is of looking back towards, because based off the glare, I can't even see the roadway.
Right. I'll show you. Okay. What? On this far line here, what is that?
This back here?
In front of that.
Okay.
That
This
white.
is 40. This is Moselle Road
Okay.
here. This is just on the opposite side of the cell phone, looking back towards the field area, the trees for a line of reference to identify where it was actually located.
Okay. All right. And can you approximate the distance from the road that you found this phone?
I did not step it off or measure it, but I would say between 15 and 20 feet.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to show you exhibit. Excuse me. All right. We are looking at exhibit 228. All right. Describe what's in this picture, please.
That is just a more close-up picture of the Apple iPhone recovered from the leaves.
And do I see something on the screen of that phone?
Yes, sir. It's standing water, believed to be from the moisture from the night before.
And that screen, is that facing up or facing down?
The screen is facing up.
All right, I'll show you exhibit 235. All right. And what's in this picture?
It's just the opposite angle on the other side of the phone, more of a close-up of the iPhone.
And you can see those water droplets on the phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I see some sort of line on top of the phone. Can you tell what that is?
Appears to be some sort of plant or.
Okay. And finally, 236. What is in this picture?
Again, more of a close-up from the top of the phone looking down.
Okay. All right, and this is exhibit 233. All right, what is in the, describe this picture.
So the reason behind this is to obviously identify the location of where the device was. I had walked out to Moselle Road, gotten to the center of the roadway, and taken a picture of the trees in the field directly on the opposite side of the road of where the phone was found.
Okay. All right, and this is exhibit 232. Describe this picture, please.
This is me standing in the same location as the previous picture. This is me just turning right towards the residence to show the pitch in the road as well as the start or the break of the field off to the left.
So you're standing basically across the road from where Maggie's phone was found, correct?
That is correct. It would be directly to my right in this picture.
And facing down that road, what's that way?
That's back towards the residence and the kennels.
And whose vehicle? Do you recall whose vehicle is in that picture?
That was Captain Ryan Niels.
Okay. Finally, exhibit 229. And what's this picture?
That is a close-up of the back of the picture, or back of the iPhone. That's Special Agent Katie McAllister that has possession of it. At that point in time, we had put it in airplane mode and sealed it into a evidence bag.
Now, you did not physically pick the phone up, correct?
I never once touched the phone, no, sir.
You observed it being picked up, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And, and did you have any further to do with Maggie's phone after it was collected?
I was provided the extraction once that was completed.
Okay.
But yes, nothing further with the actual device.
Okay. And that was from Lieutenant Dove?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go forward to the day of June 10th, which was 2 days after you found Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right. And did you have reason to respond back out to Moselle on that day?
It was not Moselle, but I believe it was John Marvin's hunting property.
Okay. All right. You responded to John Marvin's hunting property, and why did you go there on that day, June 10th?
I was requested to extract cellular phones from Alec Murdaugh, Randy Murdaugh, John Marvin Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh while they're all being questioned by SLED agents.
All right. To your knowledge, did all those individuals provide consent for that
Yes, sir,
search?
they did, as well as their passcodes.
Okay. All right. So how many phones did you download again? I'm sorry.
During that time frame, I had extracted 3 total phones. There towards the end, once the interviews were being concluded, a phone call was made to multiple family members explaining Randolph's condition, and they all had to leave and go back into Alameda.
Okay.
I was only able to extract 3 phones at that time.
And whose phones were that?
It would have been Alex, Randy's,
So how many phones did you download
and Buster
again?
Murdaugh's phone. During that time frame,
Generally speaking,
I
why
extracted
did you
3
download?
total phones.
Why were you needed to download his phones on that day? What was
There
the
towards the end, I was tasked by multiple SLED agents to assist them while they were conducting all their interviews, to extract the contents of the phone, to see if there might be any evidence of the murders in any of the phones.
And was it unusual for SLED in this area to request your assistance with some cell phone evidence?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay. All right, so you downloaded those 3 phones. This jury has heard testimony about different types of extractions. What type of extraction did you do on June 10th with, let's focus on Alex's phone. What type of extraction did you do?
The initial extraction was an advanced logical that I had done there on scene at the hunting property.
How long do you recall approximately that that logical extraction took?
Advanced logical is basically just a surface area of the phone, identifying the call logs, incoming and outgoing phone calls, text messages, any emails. General location information, you won't always get a whole lot of location information, but ideally to get a pretty good idea as to what's happening on that phone during that time frame.
And just time-wise, I know every phone is different, but do you recall approximately how long it took to download Alex's phone?
I would say between 30 minutes and an hour. None of the phones took any longer than an hour to conduct an advanced logical. Full file system takes much longer.
So between the 3 phones you successfully downloaded today, it took you between, in total, an hour and a half to 3 hours approximately, you would say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This jury's heard about full file system and physical extractions before. You have that capability, correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. But you did not perform that on those 3 phones on June 10th, correct?
That is correct.
And just, again, generally speaking, knowing every phone's different, how much longer does a physical extraction take than a logical extraction?
It depends on the size of the phone. Obviously, phones these days are getting much larger. Depending on the size of those phones, depending on how long a full file system extraction would actually take. It could be hours, it could be days. It just kind of depends.
Okay. And did you feel like you had hours and hours and days to download those phones?
No, sir, I did not.
Because what did you do after you were done extracting them?
I supplied each of their phones back to them, obviously because of the issues dealing with Mr. Randolph at that time.
And you felt some pressure because of the health issues of Mr. Randolph to return their phones to him so they could take care of family business?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. All right. And so you said a minute ago, so all you removed from these phones was that surface layer of information, correct? Is that what you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that surface information includes text and call logs, pictures and videos and that sort of thing, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
And you said sometimes you get some location data, but not always, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
All right. Now, in relation to Alex's phone, was there a concern about his status as an attorney on that?
Yes, sir, there was.
All right. And that phone could potentially contain privileged information, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right. So you did the raw download, logical download, and did you initially look at anything on Alex's phone on June 10th?
I did not. I was once the extraction was completed, I obtained the UFDX file, which is the raw file for a Celebrite file. I then transferred that electronically over to Sergeant Paul McManigal with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office, who also serves in the United States Secret Service Task Force, the Cyber Crime Task Force. I also did that with Randy Murdaugh's phone as well. So I sent him 2 of the UFDX raw files from Celebrite for him to dump into what's called Physical Analyzer to extract the data. At that time, a Tain attorney was assigned from the 9th Circuit Solicitor's Office. She had met with Sergeant McManigal and gone over all of the attorney-client privilege information, and I was provided a working copy of Alec Murdaugh's phone from Paul McManigal a few days after that.
Okay. But just so it's clear, you said she was from the 9th Circuit?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And that's a totally separate office from your circuit, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Once you received this redacted logical phone extraction from Sergeant McManigal, what did you do next?
I opened it in what's called Celebrite Reader, which is an executable file that allows you to go in and view the contents of the phone. It's essentially a dashboard that allows you to maneuver around the device itself in a more readable format and identify incoming, outgoing calls, read text messages, any type of emails, photographs, videos, or anything that might be in that person's camera roll.
And in the course of your assistance to this investigation, did you acquire any other records to assist you in looking through these phones?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you acquire?
I was supplied with all of the call detail records from Verizon for all of the parties that we had obtained information on or obtained a search warrant on to identify ideally location information. What I like to do in my cases, if we have a phone extraction as well as phone records, I like to compare the two and identify any discrepancies or any issues that might occur. But the call detail records allow you to obtain location information if you don't get it from the Cellebrite extraction.
Okay. And so you obtained via search warrant or assisted obtaining via search warrant cell records for Mr. Alex Murdaugh and some other individuals, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And those records have been entered into evidence as 268, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
All right. And you said, you just testified that you took those cell phone records, which, to remind a jury, that's information that's stored by who?
By Verizon, in this case Verizon, but
yes. By the cell company, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you compared it to the information you found on these phones, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And specifically, with Alex's phone, what did you discover when you're comparing these phone records to the phone itself, the call log?
Once I started, I essentially built a digital timeline of all forms of digital evidence that we had during that time frame, and it was kind of a working copy. During that time frame, I compared the call logs from the extraction or from the actual device to the phone logs that I saw in the call detail records provided from Verizon. On the date in question, on June 7th, I only saw 2 FaceTime calls on the phone extraction, and I saw a series of around 73 phone calls on the Verizon call detail record.
Okay. And what did that tell you when you saw that missing information?
It could be a multitude of things. They were either removed by the user or the one responsible for using the device. It could have overlapped from the call log history. It could have been a series of things, but I just wanted to make sure that I identified the phone numbers that were in communication during that time frame and the lack of that information on the actual phone.
And you just said it could have overlapped in that. What does that mean?
Over time, your call log obviously gets historically just kind of removes itself from the call log history on your actual device. It's nearly impossible, actually I know of no way to delete any phone calls that you might have made that had processed through the network, or in this case, Verizon.
So there's no way for a user to delete records from Verizon, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
But you know, in your investigation of this phone, of Alex's phone, I mean, is that what happened? Did his call log just simply overlap? Were you able to determine that?
I was not able to determine it because it was an advanced logical, so I wasn't able to recover any deleted items during that time frame.
So you didn't recover any deleted artifacts of the phone call?
That is correct. No, sir, I didn't.
When I say deleted artifacts, what
no way to anything that was manually deleted from the device you might have made that had processed through the network.
There's sometimes a trace left. So there's no way for a user to delete records.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
The logical extraction
that is
not
correct,
going to
yes,
find
sir.
it, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, but did you, in your review of the call logs, did you discover whether sometime prior to the June 7th that there were still calls in those logs?
Yes, sir, there was.
All right, and so is this a case where simply the calls just simply overlapped and the oldest went out as the new calls were made?
It's possible.
Well, if there's a gap, you just testified there were phone calls.
Yes, Your Honor, we.
Did you just testify that there were phone calls from prior to June 7th still remaining on that phone?
FaceTime calls, yes, sir.
Okay.
On the call log on the phone extraction. The report that I was provided, because it was a working copy, was from June 1st to June 10th.
Okay. All right. But there were FaceTime calls prior to that, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And when a user accesses just the phone itself and they look at a call log, will that display both calls made over Verizon? It will display calls made over the Verizon network, the call log?
Yes, sir. Anything that connected to the network.
All right. And will display FaceTime calls as well?
It would, yes, sir.
All right. And you found FaceTime calls from prior to June 7th, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And but as far as you could tell, as far as calls themselves, when did you start seeing call records start?
right around the morning, late morning, early afternoon of June 8th, 2021.
Okay. All right. And is there, other than this overlapping situation, is there any other way that you're aware of that could have removed that gap in phone call logs?
If the user went in and manually removed it themselves.
Okay. But there's no other automatic process other than what we've already discussed?
No, sir.
And did you discuss with Sergeant McManigal whether his process in redacting certain things, did that process remove any call logs from that download?
Yes, sir. I did review with Sergeant McManigal, and obviously we had discussed the results that were provided to me, and we both agreed on the same opinion.
All right. And that Sergeant McManigal did not remove those records, correct?
That is correct.
All right. For this witness.
Yes, sir.
Understand you, and it's sort of an alien concept to me, Solicitor's office going to murder scenes. You go to a bunch of murder scenes?
Yes, sir. Among my other duties, I am involved with the ATF. I'm a task force officer with the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms out of Charleston. So I do some proactive roles there, as well as reactive roles in investigating crimes that will ultimately be my case anyways and come into a court.
If they arrest somebody?
If they arrest somebody, in some cases when no arrests are made, yes, sir.
When they're what?
In some cases when no arrests are made, I would still arrive or respond to the crime scene.
And you took Solicitor Duffy Stone with you, the chief prosecutor for the circuit, right?
We rode in separate vehicles, but yes, he was along with me, yes.
And I think I saw somewhere in the evidence he actually took photographs that morning, did he not?
Yes, sir, he did.
Is that usual? That the solicitor go around doing evidentiary photos?
Not at all. With the way his mind works, he goes in and he thinks of every idea possible of what could possibly be an issue later on down the road if he prosecutes a case, and he wants to make sure that's all documented in his own phone.
And so if he takes a picture and wants to use it in the prosecution, does he introduce it, authenticate it, and take the stand, authenticate it, and then come back down, or he ask himself questions?
No, sir, he does not.
Okay. Let me move on to something a little more productive. You went to a briefing that morning, you said, when you got there.
Yes, sir, I did, at Slugboat Country.
Who was the briefing by?
There were probably 30, 40-plus investigators, officers, but multiple, essentially SLED, Colleton County Sheriff's Office, a few Walterboro Police Department, I believe, and a few from my office.
I guess when I think of a briefing, I think of someone standing in front of the room and saying, here's what we got. Was there one person speaking?
There were multiple people speaking, but that was the whole idea, was to get a better grasp as to what had occurred the night before.
But I guess, so who spoke?
Multiple agents, multiple responding officers from the Sheriff's Office. I don't recall exactly who spoke.
How long did the briefing take?
Approximately 45 minutes, if I had to guess.
And you have no specific memory of any specific person saying any specific thing?
There were multiple people speaking, going over the...
So the answer is no.
I do not recall exact people's names and exactly what they said. No, sir.
Do you recall any one person that spoke?
I know Captain Ryan Neal spoke. Special Agent David Owen spoke. I believe Captain Jason Chapman with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office spoke. There was a multitude of people talking about different things that they had seen the night before or the morning of.
Had they indicated to you, any one of those people, that they had a suspect, that they were focused on any particular person?
No, sir.
Did they have an explanation for anything? I mean, at that point, was there some theory about what happened?
At that point in time, we were trying to identify all the physical pieces of evidence as well as obtain and preserve all digital pieces of evidence to make sure we had a strong enough case moving forward.
Were you aware that the Colleton County Sheriff's Department had issued a statement to the public saying there's nothing to be afraid of, people, you know, this is not something that you should view as a threat?
No, sir, I'm not aware of that media release.
You did not hear anything like that morning. Well, let me ask you this. If you had an active shooter large, would police take any proactive steps? Would they put up roadblocks, or would they put out a statement? Look, we've got 2 people brutally murdered, and we don't know who did it, so keep your doors locked. Be careful about if you see somebody in the woods or walking along the road. I mean, you see these, unfortunately, much too often these days. But did you?
Your Honor, object. Ms. Harpilly seems to be testifying. Are we getting to a question?
Yeah, the question is, did you all do any? Did you see any? Not you. Did you see any evidence of that, or hear any evidence of that morning?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. Not that I recall means.
I don't remember. I wasn't focused on what was on the media.
Okay. But did you see any roadblocks?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you see anybody searching fields or the woods around the place?
There were multiple tasks that were provided to each investigator during the briefing, and multiple people went out and did their own thing of whatever they were tasked with.
Do you remember what those tasks were?
Following up with potential witnesses.
Right, but I'm talking about, did you see anybody going through the woods armed looking for a person or persons?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You didn't see any roadblocks, you didn't see any active search for a suspect in the sense of somebody was armed, well, they knew at that point there were spent shotgun shells and spent blackout casings, right? You've heard that?
Yes, sir.
So somebody, either 2 people or 1 person with 2 guns, was at large at that point as far as y'all were concerned.
Yes, sir. I mean, ideally.
Okay. Did any of those agents indicate during your briefing that they felt that there was somebody at large that posed a danger to the community? Did you hear any of that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So, let me find the critical element here. So, when you got there the next morning, there were no bodies, there was no physical evidence there. It was after all that had been removed.
All the bodies have been removed. All of the trash from the crime scene agents were stacked up. You could see some blood stains in the ground, and as well as some body matter over towards the dog kennels.
And I'm not going to belabor this and put these pictures up, but you had a drone up, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you ever go up to the residence?
I did not go all the way to the residence. No, sir.
Okay, and I don't see any pictures taken from the kennels that you took or under your direction up towards the residence. Are there any?
From the kennels looking back towards the residence?
I mean, but looking from the murder scene back up towards the residence.
Yes, sir, I did take those photographs.
That was during the day, not the night, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, so you don't know what somebody from the house could see at night looking down towards the kennels?
No, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure it was clear that you weren't testifying somebody up at the house at night would have an unobstructed view of where the bodies were found or the front of the kennels. You're not testifying to that, are you?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the phone. I thought I had the exhibit number of the phone down. You don't know it off the top of your head, do you? Anybody? What? Oh, up there. Okay. It's I think it's 204, which I would find in that box. While he's looking for that, if you continue to look for that, I'd appreciate it. Let me ask you some questions. You indicated the distance from the shoulder to the road, shoulder of the road to the phone was about 15 to 20 feet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you took a number. Did you take those pictures of the phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was there any other person there taking pictures other than you?
I was the only one with a camera, so I took the photographs.
Okay. And were you there the entire time until the phone was removed?
Yes, sir, I was. I stayed right next to the phone until Special Agent Jeff Croft and Special Agent Katie McAllister arrived on scene. They took possession of the cellular phone and placed it into an evidence bag.
Okay, and during that period of time, did any sort of forensic team come up and measure how far the phone was from the shoulder of the road?
No, sir, they did not.
Did anyone attempt to come up with a specific location for that phone in terms of measurements, a forensic assessment of where that phone was?
No, sir.
And what are those exhibits that were just introduced? So, for the record, the state's exhibit number 204. It looks like the case and the phone are separated. So this is the actual phone, is that correct?
Based off of this case, I remember seeing a camo and an orange labeled case.
If somebody's written on this, that's not you?
No, sir, it's not.
Because you never touched the phone?
I did not, no, sir.
All right. And this is a SIM card. What is a SIM card?
It's stored within the device. It's a secondary form of storage for a cellular device.
And so if you, anything you do on the device is stored on the SIM card?
Not necessarily, no, sir.
What's stored on here?
It depends on the network, depending on the provider that you utilize. Different providers offer different resources through your SIM card. But
did you ever examine the SIM card?
I never examined anything on that phone, no, sir.
You did a download, but you didn't examine.
Not on Maggie's phone.
Oh, you didn't do Maggie's phone.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, but somebody could look at the SIM card and get perhaps information that's not on the phone?
Yeah, in some scenarios, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what I'm going to try to figure out by looking at these pictures while I hold this, I'll bring this phone back in just a minute, is I want to, is it still on? Okay, how about I get that so we can see it? I have it also on. Well, let me, it's just easier for me to put this down. So that is exhibit number, sorry. 228. 228. How about I push that again? And that's what you saw when you came on the phone, correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
And I think we see, and I think he pointed it out a little while ago, there's pieces of straw and other things around it, right?
Yes, sir.
So you would agree with me if someone had carefully walked over and placed this phone, there wouldn't be anything above it because everything that straw would be under it, correct?
It's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. And in addition to that, did anybody forensically check the area around it to see if there were footprints?
No, sir. I mean, it was heavily treed, heavily wooded, a lot of leaves, so you could not see any foot impressions around that phone.
Okay. A lot of leaves?
Yes, sir.
And so is this sitting, I mean, when it's sitting there with the straw over it, is it sitting flat on the ground? Is it tilted? Is it, what do you remember? Or if you don't?
There was a slight tilt, probably centimeters, nothing major. Nothing out of the ordinary around the phone, no holes, no pushed up leaves or anything like that.
So you couldn't, I mean, strike that. Okay, let's look at, let me make sure I get the right one. Let's put this one on there. Okay, so again, that's another picture taken by you of the same phone in the same location, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it's heavily wooded in that area, correct?
Right on the edge, yes, sir.
And it's almost a thicket where you found this, right? There are bushes around it?
No bushes. There were a lot of trees.
A lot of trees and underbrush.
And underbrush, yes, sir.
Okay. So nobody actually took measurements of where this was found. No one actually measured from the road, nor did they measure. I mean, there's no way to figure out exactly. If you had to go back today and find the spot, could you find it? The exact spot?
Within a couple of feet, yes, sir, I probably could, based off the angles of photographs that were originally taken.
Okay. But you couldn't give us the exact spot, right?
I couldn't give you an exact step from the actual device to where Moselle Road was.
Okay, this is exhibit number 232. And that's a vehicle on the same side of the road as where the phone was found. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And so that car window that we see in this photo, the driver's side, the driver's side window would be 15 to 20 feet from where that phone was, correct?
I would add a few more feet just because of the roadway. Yes, sir.
Okay, you add, so 28 to 30, 25 to 30 feet? Fair?
That would be fair, yes, sir.
But nobody measured it, so we don't.
No one measured it, no, sir.
Okay. And so if that car was going towards Alameda, you know where I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I do.
It would be on the other side of the road, right? The driver's side
on the
window
right lane of the road,
would be
yes.
15 to 20. I mean, it'd be on the right. Here, it's improperly parked, correct?
Sure.
I mean, the driver's window is, I mean, if there's a car coming the other way, they'd head on, would they not?
That is, yes.
Okay, that's the point.
You would be operating the vehicle on the right side of the road, or left in that image.
Okay, so if someone were driving towards Alameda on this road, and they wanted to get rid of that phone, they would either have to throw it 40 feet out the driver's side window, or pull over as this car has and throw it out, correct?
It's a series of things that could have happened, the reasons why that phone got there, but it's possible.
Well, it's just assume with me for a second that they want to get rid of that phone by throwing it out the window. They could either throw it from their lane of traffic if they're going towards Alameda, or they can pull over like that and throw it out. It'd be easier, when I say easier, it'd be a much tougher toss that far in from if they never left their lane of traffic, correct?
I guess it depends on who's throwing it. There's a multitude of things.
Me, it'd be me, and I don't throw very well.
No. Well, I do, so I could 100% make that throw.
You could throw it from, okay, so you wouldn't even have to change lanes, you just throw it out the window.
Yes, sir, 100%.
And you would throw it overhanded or underhanded?
I'd throw it sideways, flick it.
Sideways, okay. Okay. So there's no way to tell, we don't know if somebody threw it out. Out of the driver's side window. Are you throwing it with your left hand or right hand out the driver's side window? I mean, you said you could toss it pretty far.
I would throw it with my left hand from the driver's side and could easily land it to where it actually was found and located in the woods.
But you right-handed or left-handed?
I'm right-handed, yes, sir.
But you could still throw it with your left hand with that much power?
Yes, sir, 100%.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. When you found it, you wanted to put it in, or somebody with you wanted to put it in airplane mode, right?
Yes, sir. I wanted it to be placed in airplane mode to preserve its contents.
Because in airplane mode, less chance of any data being overridden, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Now, that doesn't prevent all data from being overridden, but most data, correct?
A lot, 99%, I would say, to prevent any issue with the phone.
Does it prevent GPS data from being overridden?
From another device?
No. I mean, just
internally, just
yes.
automatically deleting itself?
Yes.
I've never seen that happen.
Okay. But you don't know whether it's going to happen or not?
Presumably, no.
So you needed to put it in airplane mode to prevent anything from being overwritten, right?
Any outside tampering from another device that had access to its iCloud information.
You told the agents with you, I want to put it in airplane mode, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And to do that, you have to be able to open it. You need the passcode.
No, sir, you do not.
Don't?
Not on an iPhone, no, sir.
You can put it on airplane mode without
Yes, sir.
opening it.
You
Well,
just-
but what did you need the passcode for? Because somebody called and got the passcode.
We did not get the passcode at that point in time. No one knew we had located the phone, so there's no reason to ask for a passcode if we didn't have it.
Let the court's indulgence for a moment.
Later on, we received the passcode, but not at that point.
When did you receive it?
I was not present. I did not analyze the device, so
Was it at the scene or was it somewhere else?
I do not recall. I was not there.
So no one told you that Alex Murdaugh provided Maggie's?
No, sir. No one told me that.
Now, if someone had the passcode, they could go in that phone and eliminate, delete text messages, phone calls, just about any piece of data that's captured there, correct? Even apps, you can delete those, correct?
They could have, but once the full file system extraction was done by Lieutenant Murdaugh,
No, you misunderstand my question, I'm sorry. If you had that phone, and obviously Maggie Murdaugh had been murdered, somebody threw it on the side of the road, and during that period of time after her murder, before it was thrown on the side of the road, if you had the passcode, right?
Yes,
open
sir.
it. Without the passcode, typically you can't open it, correct?
No, sir.
You agree with me?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. So if you had that passcode, you could open it, delete photos, delete phone messages, delete text, delete whatever you want, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you found that phone, it was locked?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And was there any evidence that you saw that anything had been deleted from that phone in any of your, after your download, extraction?
Again, I did not download or extract the contents of the device. The only thing that I saw was the home screen and made sure that the airplane mode was applied at that point, and then it was placed into an evidence bag. We never got past that lock screen or home screen that allows us to turn on airplane mode. Obviously, the device was on because we were able to locate it through Find My iPhone, and the battery level was significantly low.
Was significantly low?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
Anything further?
We talked about the call logs, and so you downloaded Alex's phone on June 10th, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
3 days after the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Not responsive to my cross-examination. I never mentioned Alex's phone, not once.
Response.
I'll proceed, Your Honor. At some point, after you were involved in this investigation, you're informed by Solicitor Stone. You were informed by the Solicitor Stone to stop, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you recall approximately when Solicitor Stone.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, not in response to a matter raised by me on cross.
Sustain the objection.
And Mr. Harpootlian asked about the crime scene and its state when you got out there, correct?
Yes, sir, he did.
All right. Did you notice any vandalism?
No, sir, not at all.
Did you notice? Were you informed, or did you notice anything missing?
What was missing?
Maybe the witness knows. Overruled.
I knew Maggie's phone was missing, and that's it.
Okay. But you noticed any vandalism or anything?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay. All right. And when it comes to Maggie's phone, at least her model, are you aware whether that can be placed in airplane mode without the unlock code being entered while the phone is locked?
You can place that phone in airplane mode while it's locked, yes.
Okay. So you don't need a code to just simply put it in airplane mode, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And did anybody manipulate any data on that phone in your presence?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay, that's further from the state.
You may step down. We'll take a 10-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not discuss the case.
Wow, very good. So there we go, folks. There you have it. And she's making her bit, doing her thing for Ireland. Anyway.
Multiple ice storms. Whatever.
It's already been infiltrated by probably every other opposition and Garda, so there's absolutely no point in there.
We see a fire truck that's leaving right now. We know that the entrance to the library is completely roped off. And we have multiple agencies out here, including MPD, MFD, the ATF, and TBI. So this is still a massive, massive crime scene with lots of first responders on scene. I've counted at one point more than just 25 people standing right here in the front parking lot. That's another thing to point out is the library entrance really sits so close to Poplar Avenue. I mean, this is a library that's tucked into the space between a very large office tower, the Clark Tower right behind it, and Poplar Avenue. So this is an extremely busy area. And at this point, traffic is back open and flowing, and we're going to keep an eye on to see if those westbound lanes close again, as MPD is indicating they're going to. But so far at this point, we see everything is back up and moving.
I'm looking at the video with you, Stacey, and I'm trying to figure out those drivers traveling westbound, are they using that center lane in order to get by, or is there an actual lane, one of three, I think, the westbound lanes that remain open at this time?
So if you're traveling westbound, before you get to Truce Parkway, it is down to one lane. And then as soon as you get here to this intersection here, Adam, if we can just show a little bit of right here, where before you get to Truce Parkway, there's only one lane right over there. And then as soon as you get to this intersection, it opens up to all three lanes.
Word on, did TBI give an idea, or an ETA, if you will, on when they expect to give some sort of briefing, since we know DA Steve Mulroy, of course, has requested that they oversee this investigation since it involves an officer, which we know is protocol, but an ETA on when that could happen?
That is a great question. I am checking my phone as we speak, and I do not see any kind of update,
if you will,
but we're going to continue to ask them and try to find out when they will be giving us a briefing. That at last check, when I last texted with someone from MPD, they said that they are not sure yet when they will be briefing the media. If I look out there, it looks like they're still meeting out front, so hopefully we'll have an update soon.
Of that library, it keeps changing, and the number of people standing outside of the front of the library right there at the top of those, kind of at the doorway, continues to grow, giving you an indication. We see there someone from the TBI, lots of folks earlier going in and out, but over and over, that particular spot they continue to stand in front of. We want to go. Stacey, thank you so much for that update, and we will check back in with you shortly. We want to toss it back out to our Jordan James, who has been on the scene for a while now. A different vantage point, Jordan.
Yeah, Zanetta, we're here in the parking lot of that library, not far from the I Tower, and I can tell you it's kind of similar to what we saw earlier. There's a lot of officers standing around discussing this case, and as I mentioned earlier, a lot of people from the community are coming out to this scene, and I'm actually joined right now with a man who was in the area trying to get some food at the time. I'm here with Marlo. So Marlo, at this point in time, we know that there was a shooting at the library. Okay. An officer was taken to the hospital in extreme critical condition, and one person died. Just react to this news of the double shooting.
This news is different because it hits different because this is an area that I often eat lunch at because this area has been safe for so many years. But now the culture of the city, the attitude of the city, you can sense the tension no matter what part of the city you're in. In places that normally would be safe, we're having incidents where people would normally have a conversation. Those conversations now lead to gun violence because we're no longer communicating as a community anymore. So something has to be done. I don't know if we need to just hold a town hall meeting at FedEx Forum and learn how to communicate and live with one another once again, but we have to do something to break this tension and this immorality that we see on a daily basis.
And you said something off camera interesting as asking the question, where are you safe at? Is that concerning for you?
It is concerning for me because I'm a father, I have a son, and where do you go to get away from the things that we used to run from? Now, there's no safe zone in Memphis. Anything can happen anywhere at any time, at any moment. And Memphis didn't used to be like that. It seemed like our southern hospitality that we were so proud of having, we no longer have abundance of southern hospitality anymore. We have abundance of violence and attitudes and not being able to be community concerned. Like we're no longer living together. We're living in spite of each other instead of living with each other.
And I know that you told me you've been in the area just over an hour. What were the initial reactions when you looked over to your left and saw the scene?
When I saw the police, I thought they was going somewhere away from this area because this area has been predominantly positive for so long that you probably have to go back 15 years before there was an incident of this nature in this neighborhood at this time of day. This is where people come to eat at because there's a lot of nice restaurants and nice people and nice attitudes. But now, places where you would normally go that will be nice, you have to be careful everywhere. And it's sad that the city is on such a tension. There's so much tension in the city that no matter where you go, there's something negative can happen, and we have to do something about it.
You know, that's the sentiment that we're hearing out here today, that several people want changes in light of what transpired. What we know at this time is that officer was taken to the hospital in extreme critical condition. One person has died here on the scene. We're still waiting on an update from the TBI, which could happen sometime in the coming hours. But as I said, multiple agencies are still out here, MPD, the ATF, right now they're discussing this case. And as more information comes available, we'll pass it along. Reporting here live, Jordan James. Back to you.
Oh, Jordan, thank you. I mean, Marlo said it best. You can't even go to a library. There are some places where you just feel safe. A library is one of those places, and that is where this double shooting, it appears, happened. We know an officer is listed in extremely critical condition. There was a civilian who was pronounced dead right there at the scene. We are still working to get many questions that we know you have answered, and that, of course, is what brought officers here in the first place. We have even more of our colleagues, more crew members who are out right now, literally pounding the pavement.
To gather more details. Stacey Jacobson just notified us. We heard from her moments ago that the TBI public information officer is at the scene, so we may be getting an update directly from them. Something that we pointed out earlier was that when there is an officer involved in a shooting, it is protocol to call in the TBI. The Shelby County District Attorney makes a call, and they are called in to lead the investigation. Getting in some information here about the number of times that the TBI has been called in just in the last several months. It looks like 7 to possibly 8 times that the TBI has been called in to investigate since DA Mulroy was sworn into office. He was sworn in August 31st, and as of the January 8th call, the use of force incident, which we now know was dealing with the life of Tyree Nichols, that was 7. So this might make 8
My goodness.
It's 7 or 8 at least, and that is just since August. So what that means is the county has called in the Tennessee Bureau of Investigate to come in because there have been at least 7 to possibly 8 incidents from the time DA Steve Mulvoy was sworn in. We are also, our investigative team, looking at this from multiple angles. They're at this point dissecting some audio, those 911 calls that may have been going out around that time. And it clearly, and again, we're waiting as they're gathering more of that information. But we heard this early on that they thought that they were possibly responding to a shooting call at Clark Tower, but then they say no, they will be inside the library. We are also, then they give them information where to go, Truce Parkway. They ask, do we have any other cars in the area of Poplar and Truce? We need to start blocking intersections for this. So again, then they say at this point, we're blocking off all major intersections on Poplar. They asked for verification on if the officer had been shot, where that officer had been shot, and who has been shot. Again, we're pouring over these details as they come in.
So we've had the chance to speak with, to hear from Stacey Jacobson, Jordan James there at the library. We've had the chance to see how things are sort of shaping outside Regional 1. We have a crew member who is now there. Ashley Paul is outside the hospital. Ashley, you know, what's the sense? What's the feel outside Regional 1?
I would say the feel out here is definitely pretty somber. I'm stepped away from the camera right now so you guys can see a closer look. We just saw several officers walk out of the hospital. It's typical when we see something like this, an officer-involved shooting, that several police officers and police cars come here to Regional 1 Hospital and kind of stand ground out front just while we wait for updates. But here are some things that aren't typical that we're seeing today. You can see this police line, do not cross tape. We have not seen that ever before in my experience and the experience of the photographers that have been in Memphis for much longer than I have. We have not seen them put out police tape to block off so much of the area. So that's definitely something different. Another thing, they have blocked off Jefferson pretty much completely to traffic unless you're coming to the hospital for an emergency. So right now, police are blocking the area. You can't get through here. Between police tape and cop cars, it's just kind of blocked off as we wait for an update on this officer. Now, as you've heard, he is in extremely, we're not sure if it's a he or a she, but this officer is in extremely critical condition. So right now, we're just kind of waiting for an update along with several other officers that are out here. We're trying to figure out what happened, what led up to this that left one person dead and this other officer in critical condition. So we're just hoping to find some answers. But like I said, the mood out here is pretty somber as we wait to learn those details.
I was going to ask you about, because before you got there, we had the chance to just sort of watch everything as it was happening. We could see those officers coming from the hospital, but we could still see some traffic, 1 or 2 vehicles making their way through that yellow tape area. So you're saying it's those who are going to the hospital, because of course you can't block it off from others who have to access the emergency room. So they are allowing those who are trying to access the hospital to still make their way through. Is that correct?
That is correct, and you can see right over here, here's a fire department vehicle, an ambulance coming through here. So they are letting people who need to access the hospital, of course, gain access. Also, just about a half an hour to 45 minutes ago, there was an unmarked car that came through here, and a woman got out, possibly a mother or a sister or a wife of the officer injured. So we have video of that we'll show you guys momentarily, but they are letting cars through that absolutely need the access, but for the general public, not right now.
Besides Memphis police, are you seeing deputies? Are you seeing what other law enforcement could possibly be out there at this point?
Well, right now we're right next to a Memphis police car, so we have that. We see several police cars. From where we're standing, that's the only agency that we're seeing out here. Of course, we just saw that ambulance come through marked with the Memphis Fire Department, but we're not seeing deputies out here from what I can tell. Now, it does appear that there are some unmarked cars. I can't say for sure which agency they are with, but the marked vehicles that we're seeing and the law enforcement officers that are out on scene all appear to be with Memphis police.
All right, Ashley Pohl, our reporter there at the Regional Medical Center, where we know a Memphis police officer is in extremely critical condition after a shooting at a library in East Memphis. Ashley, we'll come back out to you shortly. We want to go back out to Jordan James, who is on the scene at the library, coming in with some new information. Jordan, you're hearing that we're expecting to hear from the TBI shortly.
Yeah, possibly in about 15 to 20 minutes. That's according to MPD PIOs who just came up to us. They told us at this point in time they can't say much, and we're expected to get more clarity on this situation from the TBI here shortly. But I want to step out of the way just to show you these live images. As I said earlier, things are at a standstill right now as multiple agencies just work to get to the bottom of this situation. And right now, it appears that another mobile command unit is coming here on to the scene of this library right now. This is the second command unit that is coming to the scene, which has been very active since just about 12:30 when this transpired. As I said, there are multiple agencies out here, Memphis Police, the ATF. They've been doing a lot of standing around, discussing the case. But what we know at this time is that one person tragically died and an officer was taken to the hospital in extreme critical condition. Several members of Memphis Police leadership team are out here right now trying to get to the bottom of this. I've seen them go to nearby businesses in the area and just talking with them to try to get some more perspective on this case right now. But again, we'll let you guys know when we hear anything more on this.
Jordan, you brought up a very good point just a moment ago, and I actually, when we talked about it earlier, I wanted to go back to it, and we just didn't have an opportunity as all of this is coming in so quickly. We talked about how heavily traveled that area is and how many businesses are in that area, but as you just said, that might be an advantage in looking and gathering more details in this case, because I would imagine a lot of those businesses have cameras.
Yeah, most definitely, Zanetta. Where I'm located, there's a Starbucks in this parking lot, the iBank Tower as well. There's a Kroger directly across the street from here as well. There's a Home Depot. So this is certainly a well-traveled area. It appears that, most of the action is taking place near the library, but at this point in time, there are officers who are behind the library at this point in time, just talking with one another. But that's kind of the lay of the land out here right now.
Yeah, incredible job on just filling us in on what's happening. Absolutely. We're watching it with you. We can see that that second mobile command post starting to make its way in. And this is something Jordan pointed out. It's heavily saturated. Manpower galore. Of course, we have MPD. He mentioned TBI, of course, ATF. Those are elite, specially trained officers who are now part of this investigation. An investigation, by the way, in the hands of TBI, right. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, because that's protocol. Whenever there is an officer involved in a shooting, they, of course, will then switch that over to state investigators to oversee. And we can see that command center, that second command center, starting to make its way in.
And typically, as we saw right there, it's why we will sometimes hear from the spokesperson from the TBI before we directly hear from the Memphis police, because they are technically and officially the lead on the investigation. Memphis police released a preliminary statement. It's been a little over an hour ago.
That second command post pulling up right like behind the first there.
We see them. Yeah, I was wondering where they were going to try to maneuver to. It looks like they're trying to get in the same parking lot.
Yeah,
but that would be, as we're talking to you, we're also communicating, getting information in with our executive producer. So again, confirmed, there are 2 mobile command units. And there we go.
Yeah. And it was escorted in. You saw that by one of the Memphis police officers. An SUV was trailing that second one.
We still see that SUV, Jarita, right there in front of it with lights flashing. And the reason we're pointing this out to you is that it gives you a sense of, I don't want to use the word big, but yes, the gravity of a situation when you see not one, but 2 command units. That means they're going to be out there. They're going to be out there working for a long time. You will see officers going in and out of those mobile command centers. And a lot of times, once they decide to brief the media, in this case, they are working in conjunction with the TBI leading that investigation. We should be hearing from them in less than 10 minutes at this point. Sometimes they'll also use it as a staging area. So if and when they address the media, when they have questions, they'll say, we're going to do this near command unit. But that is basically their way of leading, being able to lead operations on a scene. So seeing two of those, that tells us something.
And this is something, you know, Ashley brought this up. She's outside Regional 1 to see that yellow crime scene tape outside the hospital. That is, after she mentioned it, it is bizarre because,
also
of course, you
as a
cannot
staging
close
area.
off
So
completely
if and when they address
especially.
And we've covered stories over and over there, but you don't always see that.
You don't see the yellow tape. And then to see two mobile command posts. In my years here in the city, I don't think I've ever seen, you know, this much as far as, because this is where it all happened. So there is a lot that they are piecing together, which is why it is saturated, and there is so much manpower. Of course, there MPD, once more ATF, TBI. We're throwing a lot of acronyms at you, but
Memphis
you know,
Fire.
Yeah, that is the reason why. But two command posts.
Jordy, you brought this up earlier. Obviously, we have seen a number of folks from different units, right? We saw the crime scene van. We've seen homicide detectives out there on the scene. Some top brass. Don't know if and when they will speak. I was told earlier that Chief Davis was not at that location. But again, as we mentioned, oftentimes what we'll see, if there is an officer who has been shot, leadership will be at the hospital. We don't know that, and we don't know if we will hear from one of the chiefs today, because we're expecting to hear from the TBI. But a lot of times, again, they are splitting their resources.
Absolutely.
You've got some people on the crime scene and some people at the hospital, obviously thinking, praying, being with the officer and his loved ones.
Well, you know what? We have a crew there. Ashley Paul is outside, so we can get a better idea of what you may have seen or who you may have seen coming and going from Regional 1. What can you tell us?
Well, I know we just checked in a few minutes ago and let you know that Jefferson here is closed off to the public unless somebody needs to access the hospital or there's a reason to be here. Now, it was probably about an hour ago that we saw an unmarked car drive through here and let a woman out, possibly a wife or maybe a mother. We're not exactly sure. Someone that seemed to be in relation to the officer who is inside the hospital right now after being shot. Now, right now, we just saw a couple of fire trucks come through. As I mentioned, though, it's open to the people who need to come through. So at this point, it's a little bit tough to say who's coming through because of this incident or another incident. But I'll step out of the way to show you guys a little bit closer. There are several police vehicles out here, Memphis police vehicles, and there are also several unmarked vehicles you can see with lights on over by the hospital entrance. Now, we're not seeing at this point other agencies that are marked other than Memphis Police, but that's not to say that some of these unmarked cars might not be from some of these other agencies. I know that you guys just mentioned there are several other agencies on the scene of where this happened, but right now you can see there's officers waiting around. They're waiting for an update just as we are. They're making sure that everybody that comes through here is authorized to be coming through here at this point. So right now it's kind of a waiting game. There's several officers surrounding a car right by the exit over there, which I'm just now noticing. I think we're zoomed in on that right now, so you can see it's just kind of a watch and see sort of situation at this point, but we are expecting this to be a long night as we wait for some of those answers. Hopefully we'll hear from one of the public information officers or Chief Davis in just a bit on the condition of this officer that was injured in the shooting today.
Ashley, you mentioned it being a long night. We were showing our viewers there a moment ago. We were zooming into a shot behind you,
just behind you,
where you could see one of the vehicles coming up delivering pizzas, delivering food. And by the way, this is something that you will often see on scenes where they know they're going to be there a long time. They take them bottled water, they take them food, because they're going to be out there all night long.
Absolutely. I mean, I think right now, as we wait for these updates, it's anybody's guess as to how long we could be out here. But there are several people out here kind of patrolling the area. We've talked about this police tape, so they're trying to keep it secure and just hope for those answers sooner rather than later. But again, it's anybody's guess how long we could be out here tonight.
Is there any mention as to why they decided to line the area with the yellow tape? Because you mentioned yourself, it's something that we don't often see.
Absolutely.
So what is the reasoning
I think right
behind that?
now, as we wait for these updates, at this point, we're not exactly sure the reasoning behind it either. We were talking about that just a short while ago, myself along with the photographers that have been here for several years, and they say they've never seen this before. So at this point, I'm not exactly sure what the reason is for all of this tape. Officers that are on the scene are not able to really tell the media any information. That's instructed by the public information officers and the chief. So as soon as we can find that answer, we'll make sure to bring it to you. That's definitely something that we're looking into right now.
Ashley, thank you so much. We're going to keep in touch with you. We really appreciate it. Some valuable information you're bringing to us there. Let's go back now to those live pictures that we have from the public library. We're talking about the Poplar White Station Library in East Memphis.
And they're already starting a staging area for the media, because we are waiting, and we may even be able to show that. We can see our photographers standing there, getting things set up, making sure that, we are ready when the TBI spokesperson finally steps to the mic to fill us in on whatever it is that she can tell us at the time. What we do know currently is one person did not survive. That person was pronounced dead right there at the scene at the library, Poplar White Station Library along Poplar. The area, for the most part, we know eastbound lanes, the 3, if I'm not mistaken, remain open. We know at least 1, if not more, of the westbound lanes currently open. And it's when it gets into that area of Truce Parkway that things sort of just become,
things get tight.
Narrow. Yeah.
Well, if you think about that area of East Memphis, even on Poplar, the lanes are tight, right? And as Stacey Jacobson brought up, there's still, even though we're seeing people drive by and the roads look clear, there's still ice on the road. We saw our reporters trying to make sure they could catch their grip there on the side of those roads. It is now 3:02. We're approaching 3 minutes after 3 o'clock on your Thursday afternoon. We have been live on air for a while now, and this all started around 12:32 p.m. I just want to recap if you're just now joining us. We're on air bringing you this breaking news because there was a shooting near Poplar White Station Library. We know 2 individuals were shot, including one of them a Memphis police officer. This shooting was fatal. The other person died there at the scene. The Memphis police officer was transported to the Regional Medical Center, where he is listed in extremely critical condition.
And it was shortly after this shooting that District Attorney Steve Mulroy instantly requested, of course, the TBI to oversee this investigation, because again, it involves an officer who is still fighting for his life at Regional 1, an area, by the way, that is also roped off. Really sort of under tight security.
Absolutely.
Is how it looks. We could see that from Ashley Paul's live shot there. But what we're waiting for now is a briefing of some kind from the TBI, who again is overseeing this investigation, as it concerns an officer. It concerns an officer. And then someone else who lost their life. Big questions, of course, is what led police to this library in the first place. We have sources that are telling us one thing, but we want to get that confirmation from those who are overseeing this investigation at the Poplar White Station Library as things currently stand.
When Memphis police released their preliminary statement, which was very brief, they just simply said, at this point, it is unclear what exactly occurred. However, preliminary information confirmed that an officer and another individual were shot. We have heard from, spoken to directly 2 witnesses, one who was outside and had someone come running out. They just happened to be in a car, headed to lunch, and someone came running out, I believe with their child in hand, saying she needed help. She was trying to get out of harm's way. And then we heard from another witness, Ruby, who was inside that library and said she heard 5 gunshots, 5 shots. She said she was in an area, she was in a conference room.
And she darted into a corner, is how she put it.
Right.
So, you know what, let's go ahead and let's hear firsthand of what Ruby had to tell us earlier. Here's more.
So when I walked into the study room and I had just turned the lights on, I was looking for somewhere to plug up. And as soon as I saw the plug, I know I had my back to the door, and all of a sudden I heard 5 loud shots. It was loud. It was loud. I have never heard anything like that. And so I turned because I wondered if what I heard was what I thought I had just heard. And so I heard the officer say, "Didn't I tell you to be still? If you move one more time, I'm going to pop you again." So I kind of eased to the door, and I saw there was a lady she was spread eagle on the floor, and I thought she was the one that had been shot, but she wasn't. Another older gentleman came and helped her off the floor, helped her hide behind the bookcases, and then he took cover. I noticed that the workers there were taking cover as well, but the officer seemed to have everything under control. So as soon as I thought it was safe to leave, I left because I could not tell who had a weapon, who was doing what. I immediately jumped in my car when I saw that it was clear, and as I was leaving, another cruiser was pulling in.
Wow. Okay, so that's an eyewitness that we spoke with just moments ago, Ruby King. She said she was in the library because her internet at her home went out. And this was shortly after that library opening. Keep in mind, something Stacy was telling us earlier is the library had a delayed opening around 12 o'clock. This call coming in just after 12:30. So Ms. Ruby King, who said she was in that library, heard those shots. And what she described to us is just standing a few feet away when she took cover. She said those she came with to the library, they ditched their items in order to get out of harm's way. But she went on to describe, again, at least seeing another cruiser make its way in. There is a lot, folks, that we are working to unpack. We had the chance again to speak with another woman who was outside the library, and she described, of course, seeing a woman running with a child, asking and really pleading for help. For those unfamiliar with where this is, the popular White Station Library is just off of Poplar and Truce. It is surrounded by businesses, but something else we pointed out, it is surrounded by homes, a residential area nonetheless. We have crews all over. Stacey Jacobson has brought us live reports. Jordan James has been out there. And then, of course, outside the library is Ashley Paul. We're all working to get more information, more details. We could hear Jordan James moments ago telling us, it was about 10 minutes ago, so we may have about 5 minutes or so, that we were awaiting a press conference, of course, from TBI, who is now overseeing this investigation after District Attorney Steve Mulroy, of course, requested they come in, considering there is an officer that was shot. That officer is fighting for his life, extremely critical. We have reached out to several sources. 2 of my sources, in fact, are telling us things are not looking good for that officer who is currently at Regional 1. We're still working to find out if the officer is in surgery. We surmise that is a situation, but we don't know just yet. There is a lot of, we're just trying to hurry up and wait, if you will, because there's a lot of moving parts. There is a lot of unknowns. I am joined now by my colleague, April Thompson. So you had the chance to hear some of that police sort of interaction. You know, what did you hear?
That was over the radio when it was coming in, all of this happening between the hour of 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, and all of this was happening. And you could hear that the police radio traffic was talking about blocking off the area. You're talking about that White Station area, Dr. Truce Parkway. That's a major area. They were blocking that off. They were saying, telling all of the available units to get to that area, because all of this was right in the midst when all of this was happening.
Well, they were headed to another area. cafeteria at first, correct? And then they received word that it was at the library.
At the library, because there was some confusion on whether it was a business around the library and maybe the library was just a staging area. Turns out that it was the library. So we, you know, trying to get all of that information in. And like you said, this information that we can get verified will be when the TBI speaks, Memphis police, somebody to come out and tell us exactly what happened. Right now we're relying on witnesses and what we can see in our reporters out at the scene and trying to piece together who this person was, how that officer is.
Yeah, let's go ahead until, you know, that briefing with TBI gets underway. We can go ahead and go to our colleague Jordan James, who's out there. He is on one side, we know, of that library. At one point, Jordan, you were also asked to sort of shift because that crime scene just grew. You know, how do things currently stand?
Hey, Jarita, right now things are sort of at a standstill, and it appears that they are letting people who were inside of the library out. Moments ago, I spoke with a man who was shaking and he had tears rolling down his face after going through this encounter. He says when he walked in, he saw two officers talking with a man, and then things quickly escalated. He told me he heard about 5 to 7 gunshots, and then many people ran to take cover. He told me at some point in time he had to drag a woman to safety, and he basically said that it was one of the most terrifying experiences of his life. We're going to have that sound here soon, but you know, he just walked to Starbucks and just said, I just had to leave. He couldn't be in there no more. And that is truly the scene out here at this point in time. But that's, like I said, he heard about 5 to 10 gunshots, and he said he feels lucky to be alive.
We had the chance to speak with you earlier about, 15 minutes ago or so, Jordan. You were interviewing Marlo, and Marlo said he was extremely familiar, of course, with East Memphis. And he brought up a really good point, and he is saying there are some places you just go and you just instantly feel safe. A library is one. You know, is there any sense that, how does he feel now? Does he want to shelter and protect, put his arms around his child even more at this point? What else did Marlo have to tell you before we had to break?
Marlo, he was just kind of, shaking his head in kind of disgust that this happened here at a library. And he said it certainly does make you want to, embrace your loved ones after something like this happens. He said this is a place that he frequents with very often to go get lunch, to go get shopping. And for this to happen, he was surprised, by the reality in which so many people are having to deal with the outcome of this shooting, which left one person dead and an officer fighting for their life in extreme critical condition at this point in time.
There a lot of confusion from drivers because it looks like at one point Memphis police were saying, they said they're going to have to cut off all the westbound lanes, but it looks like one lane is at least still open. Any confusion from those drivers at this point? Because we're kind of confused on, where things currently stand traffic-wise.
Based on what I can see, it appears that most of the lanes are open. At times you do kind of see some traffic in the area as a result of the people who are kind of just trying to figure out, what's going on at this situation right here. But at this point in time, like I said, the TBI is out here, the ATF, MPD has multiple officers out here just trying to get to the bottom of this. And, something that you guys were talking about, how they have 2 mobile command posts. My short time here in Memphis, I haven't seen anything like that. And, as Zanetta was saying, it just kind of speaks to the gravity of this situation out here right now.
And I'm interested, Jordan, you said you talked to somebody who had been in the library, and it kind of goes along with what Ruby King, one of the library patrons, said, that she was inside and she heard some gunshots and she saw a man kind of push someone down and pick him up and try to take him over. Was that possibly the same guy that you talked to? Because it sounds like a lot of what she said as well.
Yeah, I believe it was him based on the snippet of the interview that I did hear. But like I said, he was very shaken, and I mean, he was emotional, wiping tears from his eyes. He's like, you see my hand right now, and that just shows you what I had to go through. And like I said, I do believe that they're starting to release people, from the library. And we did learn hours ago that the folks there were safe while this was ongoing.
situation. Thank you, Jordan. And I tell you, Jarita, I have been in that library. I love the library, so I go to all the libraries. And I have been in that one. It's a very small library. When you walk in, it's not a lot of space. It's not like the main library there, the Ben Hooks Library, which is the big one on different floors. This is just a small library and has a small number of books, but it's very familiar and loved by the people who go to it because it's a quiet place that you can go, and something like this you never expect.
That's what I was saying. I pass this library daily. This is my neck of the woods. I pass the library daily, and you don't. Once more, there are just some places you just don't. You don't give a second thought on if I'm safe, and that is one of those places. Let's go ahead and shift, and let's head back to Regional 1. I know Ashley Paul has been out there. You're also out there for the long haul. What else can you tell us?
Well, guys, it's still more of the same scene that we've been seeing. We have some Memphis police cars. We have several unmarked vehicles. So it's possible several agencies are on scene here right now. We've seen ambulances come through, fire trucks come through. We did see a pizza delivery come through, which indicates that this could be a very long night for all of the officers that are out here tonight waiting for that update on their colleague who is inside the hospital right now. Now, a big thing we've been talking about, this police tape, something we've never seen before for an officer involved shooting. It is typical that they'll kind of close down and make sure that all of these officers have a place to stay and monitor the situation, but blocking the road completely and having the police tape is not something we've seen before. So that's an answer we're trying to find. Why did they have the tape up here and even across the street as well? It does look like they're starting to let some more traffic come through, but trying to keep it just to the people who are authorized to be here or people who are seeking medical attention from the hospital, members of the public. So right now it's kind of a waiting game as we wait to hear more about this officer who was involved in the shooting. And those are details we'll bring to you as soon as we learn them.
About that tape that's behind you, because we know where you're situated. They usually have the reporters standing there waiting for some medical center. So is all of that blocked off? Because that's the main intersection there.
From what we can see, it seems to just be person along here and up to kind of the overpass where the hospital is. So it's just from the intersection here at Adams Avenue up to the entrance to the hospital. And again, you can see several police cars lining the street, both marked and unmarked. Several officers standing out here waiting for updates, some even kind of waving on traffic or holding traffic back. So it's kind of just a somber mood here right now, but it does seem like they're trying to keep members of the public somewhat away from the scene.
So before you arrived, Ashley, we were just sort of watching the door. We had a photographer there, our colleague, and we were watching the door. We were watching officers coming and going, just trying to read the expression, even on their faces. Have you seen any other officers also coming and going? And have you been able to sort of get a take on their, their emotions at this point?
Well, we have seen a few unmarked cars come through and drop 2 women off at the front of the hospital entrance, possibly mothers or sisters or wives. At this point, we're not exactly sure who they are, but they were escorted into the hospital. And in terms of the other officers,
have you seen any other officers?
It looks like they're here to get a job done and wait to get that update on delivering food to each other, making sure that this is kind of like a family environment. They're here to support their colleague and get those answers as soon as they can. But it's definitely a tough, somber mood around here.
A lot of questions to be answered. Hopefully we will get those soon, as well as the briefing from the TBI, but of course the briefing that we always expect to hear on the update on the officers, and hopefully that briefing will be a positive one.
Absolutely.
That everyone will be okay with him. Thank you, Ashley.
Okay, so that's back at the original scene. That's where, that call first came in just after 12:30 this afternoon. So it's been several hours now. We have seen a lot. We have seen homicide investigators coming and going. Some of the top brass, we've seen them coming and going. It is at this point, it is we're waiting to get more information from those lead investigators, which of course is TBI.
But it has calmed down a bit because initially there were so many officers and so many, like you said, top brass there as well, which says a lot. but it's a lot quieter than it was initially at the scene, so they're probably inside assessing the situation. One thing I have not seen, and maybe you can tell me if they have have you seen the van? Because we understand that the person that was shot was still at the scene of the library.
We have not.
We have not seen a medical van.
We have not seen the medical examiner's van come at all. But that may be one of the reasons why we could also see some, you know, EMT is still very much a part of this investigation, and we have seen them coming and going, several of those with the Memphis Fire Department. But that medical examiner's van we haven't seen. We have seen the CSI van, of course, make its way in to command post, also making its way in, which is, again, that just goes to show the manpower, really the gravity of it all.
And the library actually putting out a statement, the staff of the library saying that right now Poplar White Station closed till further notice due to a serious security incident. All library employees have been evacuated from the library and are in a safe place. So that gives you an update. If you are a patron of that library and you're wondering, you may have a favorite librarian or someone, that's the statement that they've put out right now.
Wow. Let's check in again with our colleague, Jordan James. I know he's standing by. At one point, we keep mentioning this, you were asked to sort of shift because that crime scene, it grew. This is obviously a big deal when it concerns an officer who was shot. How do things currently stand?
Right now, things are sort of at a standstill, but as you mentioned, when we first got here on the scene, things were very fluid. Law enforcement, they were coming and going. We passed by an ambulance trying to make its way, I assume, from this scene, but at this time, there's a lot of detectives, officers, and multiple agencies just kind of standing around discussing the case. But as I said about 5 minutes ago, I did catch up with a man who was walking in the library prior to that shooting taking place. I do believe we have that sound on. Take a listen to what he had to tell me.
All right, hey sir, so just talk to us about what happened and what you see today.
I saw when I entered the library, there were two police officers talking to a subject. He was on the computer that I used, so I avoided the police and him, and I went and got a book. But I heard a little bit of conversation, but they weren't ugly, they weren't mean to him. But the thing they said is take off your skull cap. And he did. And then they said, stand up. One of the officers, I'm not sure which, said stand up. And he pulled something up on the phone. And I'm hearing all this, but that time I made it to the other side. And that's when the shooting took place.
And you told me you're shaking. How are you doing after enduring that?
Well, it's pretty stressful.
You said you had to drag a woman?
Yeah, she was freaking out. And she thought the shooting wasn't over. And I went and grabbed her and carried her behind the shelves.
Wow. And where did they have you guys take cover at?
Well, the shooting was over. So, you know, the one officer was administering aid to the other officer. And they sent us to the other room because the shooting was over.
You know, after something like this, how are you feeling moving forward?
Stressful, but I'll make it.
Do you feel lucky to be alive?
I do. It could have, one of them bullets could have come my way.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And yeah, you know, as you can hear, that's the sentiment out here. Several people are feeling fortunate that this situation was not worse at this point in time. We do know that one person died here on the scene, presumably that man that he was referring to, and then the officer was taken to the hospital in extreme critical condition. But we're hoping to learn, you know, a little bit more details from the TBI. But Jarita and April, back to you guys in studio.
I tell you, Jordan, that is so interesting because that is exactly what the library patron Ruby King kind of described, that she saw an elderly man trying to help a woman get up, and she pretty much said the same thing, that she saw police interacting with someone. And it's interesting that the gentleman that you interviewed said that they asked him to take off his skull cap maybe, and then some type of interaction, and then there were gunshots. And you talked about how nervous this older gentleman there that you talked to was after encountering all of this. But he was able to explain all of this to you. Did he seem kind of still shaken?
He was. You know, when I first, we've been standing out here for several hours, and I asked my photographer, I was like, do you think he was inside of the library? He said possibly, because he was just very shaken and, you know, very emotional, and he kind of seemed like he had been through a rough experience. So I initially approached him and asked him how I'm doing. I was like, how are you doing? He's like, you see my hand, that's how I'm doing. And, you know, for one point in time, he did wipe, you know, tears from his face, as he expressed during that interview minutes ago, feeling, you know, fortunate to be alive. He told me he heard about 5 to 10 gunshots, and, you know, he kind of feared the worst. And, you know, at this point in time, like I said, we only know as to 2 people being injured during this shooting. But the details as to what exactly prompted, you know, shots to be fired are unclear at this time. Those details are expected to maybe come out during this briefing from the TBI here in the coming minutes.
No, he did say that he remembered an officer trying to help another officer, and one officer may have been holding his head. So there may have been some type of injury like that. And one thing that we did hear on the scanner about an officer and somebody being hit in the head, and then the gunshots being fired. So hopefully we'll get more details on that. I assume that he probably had finished talking with police when you met him, because he seemed to be going into a door.
I believe so. He was somewhere behind the crime scene tape, and I initially thought he was with law enforcement because I did see him in front of them, and then I assume he went inside of Starbucks to try to get out of this cold weather that many folks are having to endure right now.
But definitely he can give us a little insight on what was happening inside that library. Thank you so much, Jordan. We'll check back with you in just a moment. Right now we want to go to Ashley Paul. She has some new information over at Regional 1. What do you have, Ashley?
Well, first of all, you can see that yellow police tape has been taken down. We just spoke with one of the officers who tells us they just put it up to give the family and the other officers a chance to get through uninterrupted, unobstructed, just to make it over here. They've now taken that tape down, so that's no longer an issue. Family is inside. Now, we can also confirm at this point that the officer involved in this shooting is a male officer, and we are told that he is still in surgery right now in extremely critical condition. So those are the updates that we have for you at this point. We are told that the public information officer will come speak with us shortly on behalf of Memphis Police and give us an update on this officer. But for right now, again, we can tell you it is a male officer and he is still in surgery at this point. So as we continue to learn more information, we will bring it to you. But for now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Ashley. Again, she's saying she's at Regional 1 and they have taken down the tape there. We had crime scene tape all around parts of the Regional 1 Medical Center, but they said that was only to allow the family and as well as other officers to come through and make sure that there was no blockage on the road there. So that's what that was about. We talked about how we'd never seen that before. What you're looking at now live is the command center. This is back at the scene of the shooting, the library. They're at Poplar and White Station Library. My colleague Alex Coleman joining me now. And right now, as Jordan just said, the most information, Alex, that we're getting is from people who may have been inside the library, and including Ruby King, who we got a phone interview with. Talked about what she saw, and the gentleman there that Jordan talked about exactly what happened when he saw and 2 officers interacting with the gentleman, and then there were some shots fired. And so we hope to get more, concrete information, exactly what happened, who these people are, how that officer is doing with the TBI updates.
And I believe we heard Ashley point out just a short time ago that we're hoping right now to get more information from the public information officer soon as to, what prompted all this, what led to it, and obviously get more insight from, again, another horrible day.
Yeah, definitely. All of this playing out about 12:30. Lunchtime. That's a busy area. Truce Parkway there at Poplar Avenue, right by Clark Tower. They have a lot of restaurants there. There's a Kroger across the street right there at Mendenhall, a lot of restaurants. And you can see the area there on the screen. So this is a highly populated area. That library, it's small. It's smaller than the main library, but it's still very popular, a nice place to go with kids. Some elderly people sometimes go during the day. and just a family-oriented type place that you don't expect something like this to happen.
Not at all. And like you said, April, a very heavily traveled area. Right now, we're still waiting to get more information from the TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Of course, they've been requested to be on the scene by Shelby County DA Steve Mulroy and his office to investigate this police shooting.
Because anytime an officer shoots someone, that is, in Tennessee anyway, the TBI gets involved. They are called in to investigate, and we know that the officer apparently did fire his weapon, and that the individual, at least one person, is dead. So TBI will be looking into this, and a lot of our information will have to come from them, because it is an officer-involved shooting involving the Memphis Police Department.
That is for sure. And that live video right there that you're looking at, that's coming from East Memphis, the library located at 5094 Poplar Avenue. Again, April, as you pointed out, not too far away from Clark Tower, a very busy commercial area filled with a lot of offices, restaurants, retail, all nearby in that area.
But as Ashley told us, we do know that the officer involved is a male.
You could skip this ad.
We do know at this point he is in surgery, and we did see earlier all of the fellow officers arriving there at Regional 1, and because of that, and because of that officer's family having to be brought in, that they did put crime scene tape around parts of Regional 1.
Updates on his condition as we speak, as we look at this live picture from the library out in East Memphis right now near Clark Tower.
Now, it's not uncommon for people to go into the library and use the computer. According to the man that Jordan interviewed, he said that the individual that the police were talking to was on a computer and may have even been on the computer this gentleman usually uses, and that he was talking with police. Police asked him to possibly take off his skull cap and may have had said something to him. Don't know what happened after that, what caused some type of interaction. Okay.
And I think we just got some information in from our producer letting us know that that TBI news conference is slated to start at 4 o'clock. Of course, we will bring that to you live right here on WREG and on WREG.com.
Yeah, and hopefully that will give us some more information that we can bring to you. Jordan James has been at the scene as well. And he is, Jordan, we're hearing that they're going to give us an update about 4 o'clock. For the very latest out there, but just setting the scene where you are, because earlier today when all of this was happening, you couldn't really get through that area. I mean, it was more police there probably than anything, but all of that has kind of changed a little bit now.
Yeah, April, it certainly has. We had to take several detours to try to get to this library, just kind of speaking to how massive this scene was. Initially, at one point in time, they had several lanes closed so that law enforcement can make their way to and from this scene. When we first got here, there was an ambulance leaving. I saw a police officer also leaving this scene. We assume going toward the hospital. I'm going to step out of the way to give you a better look at what's going on out here. At this point in time, as we've been saying, things are sort of at a standstill. And it's certainly different from what we saw earlier, but right now the investigation is underway into what actually occurred inside of that library. Speaking with witnesses, they told us that it was some sort of encounter between a man and two officers, and then things somehow quickly escalated. By the end of it, it's believed that that man was shot and killed, and an officer was taken to the hospital. He was also shot. He was taken to the hospital in extreme critical condition. The man who I interviewed about 10 minutes ago, he said that it was kind of described it as a minor interaction. As April, you were saying, they asked the man to take off his skull cap, and he said he kind of heard them talking, and he proceeded to go get a book, and then moments later he heard gunshots. He said he heard about 5 to 10 gunshots, and that's when several people, took cover. He said he had to drag a woman to safety, just kind of speaking to, the panic that ensued as a result of this shooting that occurred here just after 12:30. TBI investigators are on scene. The ATF right now they're walking toward the mobile command post. I assume to just discuss this case and this fluid situation out here right now. But this is the scene out here. Things are sort of at a standstill, and we're waiting to learn more from the TBI here in the coming hours. Alex and April.
This conference, that presser starting at 4 p.m. today. Again, we will take it to you live. And again, as we pointed out, we also heard from a witness, Ruby King, who says she went to the library, I believe, just to use the internet.
Yeah, we have her interview.
So when I walked into the study room and I had just turned the lights on, I was looking for somewhere to plug up. And as soon as I saw the plug, I know I had my back to the door, and all of a sudden I heard 5 loud shots. It was loud. I have never heard anything like that. And so I turned because I wondered if what I heard was what I thought I had just heard. And so I heard the officers say, "Didn't I tell you to be still? If you move one more time, I'm going to pop you."
No matter how many
again."
miles are on a Hyundai certified
So
used
I
vehicle,
eased to the
it was
door, and I saw there was a lady on the she was spread eagle on the floor, and I thought she was the one that had been shot, but she wasn't. Another older gentleman came and helped her off the floor, helped her hide behind the bookcases, and then he took cover. I noticed that the one so as soon as I thought it was safe to leave, I left because I could not tell who had a weapon,
waters from Swampy River to Apalachicola, Florida, extending from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Mexico Beach, out to 20 nautical miles. And coastal waters from Mexico Beach to Apalachicola, out
An
to 20
incredible
nautical
account
miles.
there. And again, listening.
Anyway, and some of these smaller libraries may have an individual, but it's not normal that a police officer is stationed at the library, so you can assume that maybe they were called for an incident or something. They got called to the library, and then that interaction she was talking about happened, and something happened, and then the officer may have been hit, and then gunfire.
As we said earlier, this is not one of the larger libraries. It's not like the Ben Hooks Library on Poplar, you know, which is the central one. And as you were saying, it would kind of have you asking the question, why was this police officer there unless somebody had been called in?
Yeah, so a lot of questions to be answered. WREG's Ashley Paul is at Regional 1, where a lot of questions there as far as the condition of that officer. Ashley.
Yeah, well, right now we can confirm that that officer is still in surgery and is in very critical condition. Now, we just spoke with an officer who tells us that the road was blocked off before just to give family and other officers easier access to the hospital. That yellow tape has since been taken down and Jefferson is reopened. But right now, again, we're still waiting on that update on this officer's condition. It is expected to be a long night. Just a little while ago, we did see them drop off several pizzas to these officers because it's really anybody's guess how long we'll be out here and how long that officer will be in surgery. Now, the officer that I spoke with briefly did tell us that he's going to try and track down the public information officer to come and give us an update, tell us what's going on. But as far as what happened, Alex and April, as you just mentioned, we still don't really know those details. We just know that this officer is in critical condition and we're all hoping for a good outcome.
That we are for sure. Ashley Paul, thank you very much for that. And we saw earlier that urgency, you know, when so many officers, you know, made it to the scene to Regional 1 as that show of support.
And talking about that, because usually, like they said, a public information officer, and sometimes even the police director will come out across the street there to speak, and we have not seen that.
Unfortunately, many times, but we haven't seen it today.
Yeah, so far. So we're told that earlier I heard Ashley say that C.J. Davis was not there at that time, but she may have been, and that maybe she had gone in, and we don't know if she is there or if she'll be coming out or the public information officer will be coming out.
Right now, let's check back in with WREG's Jordan James. Jordan, what's going on out there at this moment?
Hey, Alex and April, at this point in time, a lot of investigators, detectives, and officers it appears that they're kind of canvassing the area and talking with different people who are out here on the scene right now. Things are sort of at a standstill, but just to kind of reset, you know, how we got here. When we first arrived around 12:30, it was a very active scene. Memphis police ended up pushing us back as a result of them expanding their perimeter, given that, you know, this happened around 12:30 when there were a lot of people out. At this point in time, it appears that, you know, the shooting was just contained to the library, but at this time it was pretty active out here. You know, the ATF, the TBI, Memphis police, a lot of people from the community started to show up to the scene, just asking the question, like, you know, what's going on here? Through talking with witnesses, they tell us that it started as a small encounter between an officer, and then things quickly escalated. I do believe we have the sound with the man who I spoke with about 30 minutes ago. Take a listen.
All right, hey, sir, so just talk to us about what happened and what you see today.
I saw when I entered the library, there were two police officers talking to a subject. He was on the computer that I used, so I avoided the police and him, and I went and got a book. But I heard a little bit of conversation, but they weren't ugly, they weren't mean to him. But the thing they said is take off your skull cap. And he did. And then they said, stand up. One of the officers, I'm not sure which, said stand up, and he pulled something up on the phone. And I'm hearing all this, but at that time I made it to the other side, and that's when the shooting took place.
And you told me you're shaking. How are you doing after enduring that?
Well, it's pretty stressful.
You said you had to drag a woman?
Yeah, she was freaking out, and she thought the shooting wasn't over. And I went and grabbed her and carried her behind the shelves.
Wow. And where did they have you guys take cover at?
Well, the shooting was over. So, you know, the one officer was administering aid to the other officer, and they sent us to the other room because the shooting was over.
You know, after something like this, how are you feeling moving forward?
Stressful, but I'll make it.
Do you feel lucky to be alive?
I do. It could have, one of them bullets could have come my way.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You know, as you can see right there, that man was obviously overcome with emotions after enduring something like this. And a person who we spoke with earlier in the day, he talked about, you know, where are you safe at, given that this happened in a library when several people were, you know, coming here. One woman said she didn't have internet, so this was our only place to turn to. So this situation certainly could have been worse. At this point in time, it appears it was just that man who was shot and killed, and an officer who was taken to the hospital in extreme critical condition. We've learned that he is undergoing surgery at this point in time. We don't know as to how long his recovery process will take, but for now, I'm going to send it back to you guys in studio.
All right, Jordan, thank you very much for that. A library where just people typically go, obviously, to read a book, listen to music, use the internet, maybe to even get out of the cold. But for something like this to happen, so many questions.
Yeah, and that gentleman said there was an interaction. He doesn't know what it was about.
Right.
But apparently they were asking him some questions, and it escalated from there. So that's what we hope to be able to find out with the TBI.
That we do for sure. Let's check in right now with WREG's Stacey Jacobson. Stacey, what can you tell us?
Alex, we are standing by. We're waiting to hear from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. They're supposed to be giving us an update in about 15 to 20 minutes. They said around 4 o'clock they will be speaking here. We will tell you as they are talking what they are telling us about what they have learned about what happened inside the library. Of course, we've heard from witnesses, as you were just saying, who talked to us a little bit about what they heard and saw. This will be what officials have been able to gather from talking to witnesses, people who were inside. other officers, you can imagine employees with the library, and also what they have learned from the evidence that they have been gathering. I'm just going to step out here and show you. We still have police officers here. You see the blue flashing lights. We see that the parking lot is roped off. Nobody allowed inside. We do have several cars that are still parked there. And we do have other emergency officials off to the left side here of the library. We know that the ATF, the TBI, MPD, and MFD have all been on scene. But as you can see in front of the library here, traffic is back up to normal. We have all lanes on Poplar open at this point, and that's a fairly new development within, I would say, the last 30 minutes, that all of the lanes have been back open, because we did see a large traffic delay about an hour or two ago. So at this point, we are here, we're standing by, we're at this staging area across the street from the library. We are going to get officials' word on what they have learned about what happened inside the library. We'll bring that to you live, and we'll update you as soon as we learn more. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you. She's right across the street, so they'll be coming across the street, hopefully, to provide that information, because the scene is still active. And one thing that Zanetta and Jarita were talking about was that there were 2 mobile vans. You know, usually you see a mobile van when police have start staging an area, usually 1, and they said there were 2 on the scene, actually.
Wow. In case you're just joining us, 1 person is dead, a Memphis police officer critically injured in a shooting that took place at the Poplar White Station Library in East Memphis. All this going down about 12:30 or so this afternoon.
Yeah, very busy area. Right at the lunch hour. Of course, the library, we are understanding, had just opened because they opened late, I guess, because of the weather, but they had just opened. It hadn't been open that long. Maybe at noon they opened. And all of this going down about 12:30. So an individual we saw, heard witnesses say came in. There was some type of interaction with officers. We assume that officers were called to the library for some reason. It's not normal for officers to be stationed at the library. That's not normally one of their patrolling areas. So maybe something happened and they were called to that area and interacted with a gentleman, and the man said that he told him to take off his skull cap.
And we heard one witness that Jordan brought us a little bit earlier say that when he heard the police officers talk with that gentleman, that they were not being ugly or, quote, mean to them. So it has you really wondering what happened next.
But he did say one officer was helping the other officer, tending to his head. So at least there were at least 2 officers there, and some type of injury to the head is what he saw, and he said he heard, what, 5 gunshots?
5 gunshots, that's what he said. The library, of course, there closed until further notice. Library staff, you know, they were evacuated and are all in a safe place now. And again, as we can see, traffic in that area moving again.
Yeah, and when you think about what that gentleman said, that other people were running for cover.
Yeah.
And actually trying to duck and get out of the way, what you would do if you hear gunfire, especially where you don't expect it in a library.
In a library, of all places, you certainly do not expect anything like that to happen there at all.
We have not heard anything official from MPD, Memphis Police. We have not heard yet from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, but they are on the scene. So we have not gotten an official report on exactly what happened, but we're told that will happen at the top of the hour.
And we will bring it to you then. Let's check back in with WREG's Jordan James. Jordan, what's happening now?
Hey, Alex and April, things are still at a standstill at this point in time, but something that stood out to us about an hour ago was they brought an extra mobile command post here to this scene, which kind of indicates just how massive the crime scene is and how expansive. You know, not only is it directly in front of the library, but it's also stretching over to the businesses that are located right behind the library. Right now, it appears to be some high-ranking members of MPD who are just kind of standing around, we assume, discussing the case at this point in time. But it's a far cry from, you know, what we saw a few hours ago when things were kind of hectic. You know, not many people in the area knew what was going on. Law enforcement was coming and going, people in the community showing up, just very concerned, you know, given that this this shooting comes at a time when many folks in the community say they're on edge as a result of, the incident involving Tyree Nichols. And for this to happen, is just kind of compounded the grief that they feel at this point in time, and it sparked the conversation about were you safe? And far as what we know at this point in time, speaking with different witnesses, they describe it as two officers were questioning a man at the library, and then somehow things quickly escalated, followed by at least 5 gunshots that forced several people inside of the library to take cover. By the time the gunshots was over, it appears that man had died, and the officer was taken to the hospital in extreme critical condition. We've learned from my colleague Ashley Paul that the officer is undergoing surgery at this point in time. Far as right now on the scene, the TBI is out here, the ATF, just kind of multiple agencies out here just kind of canvassing the scene and continuing their investigation as they work to try to get to the bottom as to what unfolded here. But Alex and April, back to you guys.
All right, Jordan, thank you very much. As Jordan says so well, so many people obviously on edge right through here and now, especially, in lieu of the Tyree Nichols situation.
Yeah, definitely on the heels of that, and just a lot of questions about all that's going down, and a lot of people in that area probably are filled with questions and having to witness this or see what's going on. Bria Jones is also out in that area at the library, outside the library. And Bria, what are people telling you?
Well, April, I actually was able to just speak with a source that's close to this investigation. That source was able to tell me that this actually started as a trespassing call. I was told they received a trespassing call here to Clark Tower. When they arrived, they say that the suspect was actually already here at the library. Now, again, there's a lot of chatter online about this actually starting as some sort of bank robbery, but I was able to confirm with MPD that that is not the case, that this was not a bank robbery call. I also went inside the bank here. Now, there is crime scene tape surrounding all around the library, as we've seen all of our colleagues out here from different vantage points. There is crime scene tape surrounding the library, so it may look like there's crime scene tape in front of Clark Tower, but it's actually kind of blocking off the library. So I was able to go inside of the bank here and actually talk to some of the tellers. They say they did not see any type of bank robbery. They never saw the suspect. They tell me that they didn't know anything about what happened until they saw all of the cop cars, all of this massive police presence kind of unfolding here outside the bank. So again, we can't dismiss that rumor. This was not a bank robbery. The source close to this investigation telling me that this all started as a trespassing call. Officers responding here to Clark Tower and then making their way over to the library, where we know that a shooting transpired at some point. Now, I was able to speak with a woman who lives, well, actually she works nearby here. So she says around that time that the shooting happened, she was actually on her way getting lunch with another colleague, and she was actually at the light over here at Poplar and Truce. She says that she was at the light. She saw a woman that actually was holding her child. She said the woman was holding her child by his arms, walking with him towards her car, trying to cross the street. The woman said, "Can I please get inside of your car? There has been some sort of shooting." And she says she actually then brought the woman back over here to Clark Tower and was able to get her into safety. But again, just a lot of emotions, a lot of tense moments down here. And as you mentioned, April, just a lot of questions about exactly what happened here. But again, a source close to this investigation able to tell me that this actually started with a trespassing call here at Clark Tower, and then when the officers arrived, they found the suspect inside the library. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Bria. I think we may have lost her audio for a minute there, but Bria saying that they got a call for trespassing.
Right.
And you have to wonder, at a library, because anybody can go to a library.
Of course.
So something must have happened that somebody called. I don't know if someone, a worker at the library, or something must have happened to get a trespassing call at the library. Again, this is unofficial, but Bria has been talking with someone that she says on good authority knows the details of what happened.
A trespassing call that there had been some speculation that it could have involved a bank robbery, but again, police saying that that was not the case at all there.
Yeah, so hopefully the TBI, when they give us that information coming up in about 7 or 8 minutes here, be able to tell us exactly who this individual was and why they were called to the library, why Memphis police was called to the library as the trespassing issue, because we all know it's a public library. All libraries are public, and anybody can kind of walk in and use the library. That's what they're for. So something must have happened that we hope to get more details about on that.
And this is also kind of giving us another perspective about why that crime scene area is so massive as it is, because now it involves, one facility going to another building, and then the possible case of trespassing. So this is not a simple case at all here.
Yeah, and they had all of that area blocked off.
Blocked off, yeah.
For a while there, and nobody could get up and down that street. A lot of businesses in that area. Trying to get all of their information together.
Yeah, and just listening to what Bria had to say about that mother with her child, and they're trying to get away. Imagine the people also who happen to be in that library at that time, and they're trying to run for cover, and they're being evacuated. I mean, it's hard to fathom what was going on in there.
Right, because you have to think schools have been out for, 3 days now, and kids might be getting antsy. The snow is melting, so maybe parents can take their kids to the library at least. And that may have been the case. Some people taking their children to the library this morning just to get them out of the house, and then something like this happens. Yeah, so many questions that we need answers to, and hopefully we'll get them beginning in about 6 minutes with that Tennessee Bureau of Investigation news conference that we'll carry for you at the top of the hour. Would definitely like to hear from the Memphis Police Department's Public Information Officer or Chief C.J. Davis herself, just to find out what happened. And what is the condition of that officer? Of course. Because we saw that area was blocked off around Regional 1. We're told that was to allow other officers to come in, the family of the officer to come in, and now they have since moved that tape, the crime scene tape, from in front of the Regional 1 hospital. But we still know that that officer is still in surgery. We understand it is a male officer, and he is still in surgery. All right. Let's check in with WREG's breaking news anchor, Shay Simon, right now to bring us additional information. Shay.
Yeah, Alex, April, of course, we have crews all across Memphis. We know our investigators are also on this, getting new information, but we've also been tracking this at the alert desk. And for people that are just tuning in and want a rundown of what we know and what we have confirmed, just want to give people an idea of what information we know 100% for sure right now. We do know that one person was killed today. We do know that a male Memphis police officer is in the hospital right now at Regional 1 in extremely critical condition. And we also know that the shooting happened around 12:30 at the popular White Station Library. We know that's in East Memphis. And Memphis police said that they actually responded at 12:32. Now, the other person, again, died at the scene. We know the officer who was shot was taken to the hospital, again, extremely critical condition right now. We do know that they are in surgery. And MPD says that they can also confirm that the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation has been requested by Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy to investigate the shooting. And that is who we are standing by to hear from any minute now, approximately maybe at 4 o'clock. This is standard for any officer involved shooting. So, of course, there are a lot of questions, but just wanted to let people know and our viewers know what information we have confirmed right now. And, of course, you can always track this online at WREG.com as well. Back to you, Alex and April.
All right, Shay, thank you very much for that. Again, I was looking at a quote here from one of the witnesses that we had a chance to talk with earlier, and she says, quote, "We need to be praying for our city. We need to be putting our armor on daily in this city. I love this city. I was born and raised in this city. So seeing things like this, it bothers me because we get a bad rap. It's really a neat city, and I would just say continue to pray for it and pray fervently." Because so much has been going on with our city. We have been in the spotlight, yes, especially over these last couple of weeks, and a lot of eyes on Memphis, and things you don't want to be in the spotlight for. And of course, things like this you don't want to happen in your city either. Hopefully we could get more information. Okay, we understand they're getting close. Yeah, hopefully we will get some of those answers that we've been seeking for the past almost 3.5, 4 hours right now. And that's right, because you may be wondering why Memphis police has not said anything, because when an officer involved shooting, when they shoot someone, TBI comes in. That's it. The District Attorney General, in this case Steve Mulroy, makes that call. They come in, which is routine, to begin their investigation.
So hopefully they'll be looking at all of the ins and outs of this and be able to tell us who this person was. Hopefully they will identify him and how this interaction occurred at the White Station Library at 12:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, and
shortly after it opened.
Yeah, and like you said before, this is a very busy area, a heavily traveled area, a lot of retail, a lot of offices out there, a lot of people out there, just period, as you know, you've been hearing from the past few hours. So again, it's hard to imagine just being right there in that library. And again, what prompted all of this?
And we heard, I listened to some of the scanner traffic, and it was talking about they wanted all units to head to that area because this was so serious, and trying to figure out what was going on and then blocking off that whole area to contain it and to see what was going on. But we hear, this is Kelly McAllister from TBI.
How are you guys doing today?
Not bad. I'm warm. Well,
so warm, so warm. Yeah. Hi, how are you?
Couple more seconds.
Sure thing. I'll go ahead and give you my name. I think most of you already have it, but it's Kelly McAllister, K-E-L-I-M-C, capital A-L-I-S-T-E-R, and I'm a public information officer with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. As I normally do when everyone's ready, I'll read a statement and try to answer any questions that you might have. As you know, we are very early on in this investigation, and we are quite limited in what
for duty?
Again, you'd have to talk to the Memphis Police Department regarding their officers.
Do you know the races of the suspects who died, the officer who shot and the officer who was in the hospital?
The individual who was fatally wounded is a black male. Both officers, I believe, are also black males. I really can't speak to that, but I know this has to be a very tough time for them.
When you talk about investigating if actions were justified by the officer, it sounds like the individual shot first, the second officer firing back. Initially, does it seem as though those actions would be warranted if an individual fired first?
I really can't speak to that. I do know the sequence of events that we've been told right now according to the preliminary information, so I'll have to stick to that. Our investigation will determine if anything is different.
Do you know if they tried to de-escalate the situation?
I can't speak to that. I do know that there was an interaction which led to the shots being fired.
And no one else was injured inside of the library?
No one else was injured inside of the library.
Do we know how many shots were fired between the person who died and the officers?
Sure, that would be something that would be part of our investigation that we couldn't speak to at this point.
Was there an officer with him?
There were 2 officers inside that responded to these calls.
Would the TBI be releasing information if the officer does pass away, or would that be MPD?
Any information regarding the officers, their identifications, or their conditions would have to come from the Memphis Police Department.
Do you know if the individual has family members?
I'm sorry, which individual are you speaking to?
The individual that was deceased on scene.
We have not made a determination yet about his identity, so I can't speak to that.
But it was a man.
Correct.
They have that officer.
I can't. Any information regarding his condition is going to have to come from the Memphis Police Department.
Is there any video footage?
I can't speak specifically to the evidence that is part of our investigation, but any and all evidence, which could include video evidence, will be collected as part of our investigation by agents.
Is this video evidence something that could possibly be made public?
As I said, I can't speak specifically to any evidence that has been collected. That's not something that can be done by our agency as far as releasing the video. That is something that could be done possibly by another agency.
Do you know if the officers were both men or both women, one man, one woman? Do you know?
Again, I do believe that both officers involved are black males.
Males.
Any other questions?
While I've got you,
sure.
Is there any update to provide on the
I will stick to this investigation and answering questions regarding this one at this point. Thank you, guys.
Is the library now open?
No, the library is not open.
Okay, you've been watching a news conference with Kelly McAllister with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
That's right. Right now, News Channel 3 First at 4 starts now.
From WREG in Memphis, this is News Channel 3 at 4.
We've been following breaking news all afternoon. An officer-involved shooting at a library in East Memphis. Thank you for joining us. I'm Alex Coleman.
And I'm April Thompson. You have been listening to Kelly McAllister. She is with the TBI, and we know that one person is dead, and a Memphis police officer is in extremely critical condition right now.
Yeah, we have Team 3 coverage this afternoon from the scene at the popular White Station Library and the hospital where the officer is being treated.
Yeah, finally, we're getting some details from Kelly McAllister with the TBI saying that all of this started as a call of a person who may have been refusing to leave a business. Maybe it did not start in the library, the initial call that came out, but when police responded to that call, they found the individual possibly in the library. In the library, and apparently had a weapon and fired a shot at the officer, and another officer returned fire. And we understand that that officer, who is described as a male black, that he was hit by gunfire and he was taken to Regional 1. The individual who was shot, who we are also told is a male black, did not survive the shooting at the library and died at the scene. And as we're listening to Kelly McAllister, she also did not release any other information about the names of those involved, and she said all that information would have to come from the Memphis Police Department. Right, and we have heard from witnesses this afternoon who described that the police were interacting with someone, and they did say that it seemed like it was out of hand. They were very calm, but something did transpire. Yeah, we do want to let you know we have Team 3 coverage. We begin right now with WREG's Stacy Jacobson, who's live from the scene. Stacy.
Alex. Hey, April. Yeah, we just finished that news conference with Kelly McAllister from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. They were called in because this is a shooting that involved an officer. We just learned it actually involved 2 officers. Here is her version of events that she says, according to investigators, around noon, Memphis police got a call to a nearby business. This was not the library. It was another business in the area. They got a call about a trespasser. They say that they tried to defuse the situation. At some point, they then moved over to the library where they found the trespasser, and they were inside the library, she specified. They tried to defuse the situation, talk to the gentleman. They said this was a black male. They tried to talk to him, and they said in the course of that conversation, he shot one of the officers, and then the other officer fired back. So that all happened inside the library, she says, and as we know from MPD, one of their officers was taken in extremely critical condition to Regional 1. We've had Ashley reporting there. We asked if there's video of the incident. She said there could be video. That would be part of the TBI investigation. That would be something that they're reviewing. She also said that it was a tense situation, and we asked how the Memphis police officers she's interacted with have been doing, given that there is such a tense environment right now in the entire city. And she said that she couldn't speak specifically to that, but acknowledged that, yes, this is a stressful time and things are tense with officers. So as of right now, she is not saying why this person might have been doing what they were doing. All she says is it started as a trespassing call that very clearly went very wrong and ended with someone losing their life and another officer in the hospital. She couldn't give any kind of condition update. She wouldn't confirm where the officer was shot on their body. She referred us to Memphis police for a lot of those questions. So those are still things that we are going to be trying to answer in the coming minutes and let you all know about.
All right. Thank you, Stacey, so much. And of course, all of this was shocking for those inside the library. We spoke to a woman who went there to do some work since her power was out. And here's what she said.
So when I walked into the study room and I had just turned the lights on, I was looking for somewhere to plug up. And as soon as I saw the plug, I know I had my back to the door, and all of a sudden I heard 5 loud shots. It was loud. I have never heard anything like that. And so I turned because I wondered if what I heard was what I thought I had just heard. And so I heard the officers say, "Didn't I tell you to be still? If you move one more time, I'm going to pop you again." So I kind of eased to the door, and I saw there was a lady she was spread eagle on the floor. And I thought she was the one that had been shot, but she wasn't. Another older gentleman came and helped her off the floor, helped her hide behind the bookcases, and then he took cover. I noticed that the workers there were taking cover as well, but the officers seemed to have everything under control. So as soon as I thought it was safe to leave, I left because I could not tell who had a weapon, who was doing what. I immediately jumped in my car when I saw that it was clear, and as I was leaving, another cruiser was pulling in.
Again, we've said it before, a library, which is typically very peaceful, very tranquil, right, but shots fired, maybe as many as 5.
Right, and then what you don't expect at a library.
That's for sure. Well, it seems there was so much chaos during this shooting at a busy library.
We're going to go now to WRAG's Jordan James, who has also been on the scene there this afternoon. Jordan.
Hey, April, at the time of the shooting, we're learning that there were several people inside of the library. At this time, we do not have an exact number, but just through speaking with the woman who you just spoke with and a man who I spoke to about an hour ago, he told me that as he was walking in the library, he heard the tail end of that confrontation between that man and 2 officers. He said he proceeded to go to the bookshelf, and then seconds later, he heard at least 5 gunshots break out. And then once those gunshots broke out, several people started to take cover. That man said he had to pull a woman to shelter because she was panicking as a result of what unfolded. And when I initially approached him, He had tears in his eyes. He was shaking, which just goes to show how scary that this situation was for several people inside of that library at that time. And as the TBI said, and we've been reporting, one person has died, and an officer was taken to the hospital in critical condition. We're learning through our colleague Ashley that he is undergoing surgery. About 30 minutes ago, I spoke to some more people in the shopping center. There's an iBank tower. They told me they didn't hear any gunshots whatsoever, but when they looked outside of the windows, they saw the police commotion and they knew that it was not good. When we first got out here, it was a very active scene. Police actually kept on pushing us back, given that they had so many officers coming and going, and there have been multiple agencies responding to this scene: the ATF, Memphis Police, Memphis Fire Department. It was all hands on deck at one point in time. Several lanes along Poplar were also shut as a result of this shooting, which now appears to be in the investigation phase as detectives work to try to get to the bottom as to what escalated things here. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you guys in studio.
All right. Thank you, Jordan. I tell you, all of this playing out very quickly, and now we're at least getting some insight, a little bit of detail about what went down. Of course, there is a lot of activity at the Regional Medical Center where that officer was taken after being shot.
WREG's Ashley Paul is there. Ashley, what can you tell us about that officer, and are other family members or other police officers there on the scene as well now?
Yeah, Alex and April, well, what we can tell you is that at last check, the officer remained in very critical condition. He was in surgery for that gunshot wound that he sustained during this incident earlier today. Now, you can still see there are some MPD cars around, several of them unmarked. Now, you can see right across the street, these are some sort of law enforcement agency vehicles that are here after this incident today. Earlier today, Jefferson was completely shut down to the public. There was also yellow caution tape up here to allow the family members to get through the doors in the most efficient way. We did see two women be escorted straight up to the door to the emergency room, possibly wives or mothers or daughters. We're not exactly sure what the relationship was, but it did appear that they were family members. So right now, you know, we're just waiting for the update on that officer. Again, from what we're told, he is still in surgery after that incident earlier today. Jefferson has reopened, and we'll bring you more details about that officer's condition as we learn them. But for now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Ashley Paul, thank you very much. Again, listening to Kelly McAllister again, and she says initially this started, it was a call from another business in East Memphis.
Yeah, about trespassing.
Right.
And maybe that individual made his way over to the library, and that's where police encountered him. And that's when that encounter happened and something went wrong there. And the individual told us he heard a loud thump.
Yeah.
And then there was a shooting, and he heard five
gunshots. Yeah. Right. And there were also, again, we heard Kelly also point out that there were other private citizens in there in the library as well as employees.
Yeah,
so it had to be complete chaos at that time as people were trying to run for their lives.
Well, stay with us. We'll have more live TV coverage on the library shooting after the break.
And we'll check in with our Jim Jaggers for the latest on the weather.
Renters living in homes that fail inspections.
All the wood is rotten. You got water leaks inside the house.
Homes paid for in part with your tax dollars. And one tenant who stopped paying rent got this unexpected visit. Tonight on News Channel 3 at 10.
I don't remember exactly the conversation, but I said, look, Lee's called me and told me what's going on. What is going on? He said, I really can't talk about it much right now. I said, I need to talk to you, and I want it to be in person. I need to know what's going on. And
what happened next?
Well, he said he would try to meet with me the next morning, and that he was sorry. And I don't remember all the gist of that conversation, but the next morning I tried to call him. I woke up and I started driving towards Beaufort because I thought he was staying at John Marvin's house down that way, and I started calling him and driving his direction. And eventually he called me back and said he would meet me in Alameda at his mom and daddy's house.
Did you meet him there?
I did.
Was that in the morning of September 4th?
Probably a little bit before lunchtime, kind of late morning, yes, sir.
Did y'all have a conversation?
We did.
Where was the conversation?
I got there before he did. I don't think I pulled in the driveway. I kind of waited out on the road. Pulled in the driveway. We went in the side door. The caregiver was there. We went out onto the front porch. And eventually he called me back. And we talked on the front porch.
And what did he say to you?
At his mom and daddy's house. I mean, the first thing I asked him is, Alec, what the F or what the H is going on here? What is going on? And have you done something else to me or that involves me that I don't know about? Because I know about this and I've got to deal with this, but is there something else you've done that I don't know about that I need to be concerned with?
And what did he say?
He broke down crying. Said I can't right this second. He went inside, came back out with some paper towels, and told me that he had a drug problem, that he was addicted to opioids, and that he had been addicted for, I don't remember if he said 20 or 20 plus years, but for 20 years or so.
Did he say anything about the money?
He told me that he had been stealing money.
Did he have a particular phrase about what he had done to you?
Shit me up.
He said he shit you up.
Shit me up or shit me up or shit me off or something like that, but I think it was he'd shit me up.
And he said that he admitted to you he had been stealing client money?
Yes, sir.
So he confessed that to you, is that correct?
He said he had shit a lot of people up.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 313 in this in-camera hearing. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
I think this is the original of that $225,000 fee check written in the gentleman's case directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire.
Is that your signature on it?
It is.
Spoke with her, and Bria, what did she have to say?
Well, that woman, she just described a very emotional mother as she was trying to get her child out of harm's way. Right now, I am in between Clark Tower and the White Station Library. We just heard from the TBI minutes ago. Now, they say 30 minutes prior to that shooting, they say that officers responded here to this area regarding a trespasser. Now, a source close to this investigation tells me that the trespasser was actually here at Clark Tower. Now, I want you just to see for yourself. Now, this is Clark Tower. This is just a stone's throw away from the White Station Library, where of course we still have this massive police presence unfolding. Now, once they got to the library, they say that the trespasser was actually involved in a confrontation with another citizen. From there, that's when they say that officers got involved, and somehow the situation escalated. They say that the man opened fire, shooting at one of the officers. They say that's when a second officer then stepped in and fired, ultimately killing that suspect. Now, as for the woman that you mentioned that I spoke with, she actually just works just a few businesses up the street. Now, she says again, she was here getting lunch in the area. That's when she says she saw a woman frantic walking across the street holding her child, and that's when she says the woman came to her car and says, I just heard shots, there's been a shooting. Now, here's how she described that encounter.
It was the way she was running, and it was the look on her face. It was pure panic.
And how was she holding? You said it was a little
underneath his arms. Yes, and so his feet were just staying. So he was facing the same way she was. But it's just when you scoop something up, you know, when you're running with it, and just to get.
Good afternoon. We have breaking news in the Columbia River Gorge. The Hood River Police Department says there is an active shooter situation going on there right now. This map shows where it's happening. Police are evacuating people who work and live in the area of Clearwater Lane near the Dairy Queen. We spoke to a worker at the Dairy Queen who confirms the restaurant is shut down and they have been told to evacuate sort of on the west side of Hood River there. The Columbia Gorge News shared these pictures with us. You can see the police presence in the area. Right now, we don't know many more details about the shooter or if anyone is hurt. Sometimes when we talk about an active shooter, we mean someone who is moving around and actively shooting people at the time. We do not have any information on that. It could also be someone who has fired some shots and is now on the run from police. The Hood River County School District put out a note on Facebook. They say that no staff, students, parents, guardians, or visitors are allowed in or out of May Street Elementary School, Hood River Middle School, Hood River Options Academy, Westside Elementary School, and Hood River Valley High School. Our Mike Benner is headed to the scene now, and we have calls into the Hood River Police Department to get more information on that. But I can tell you from having covered situations like this that whenever there is a report of a shooting, which is what came in around 12:41 today, that of course police will flood to the area. So I'm certain that we have the Hood River Police Department there, Hood River County Sheriff's Office, probably the Wasco County Sheriff's Department from nearby, along with state police, probably the Dallas Police as well. So we are monitoring all the social media that we can find to keep an update on this. But again, we are told there's been a report of an active shooter in the Hood River area. And we know that multiple law enforcement agencies are heading to that area. This gives you kind of an idea. We're looking at the map there, and you can see obviously where our words say active shooter by the Safeway there. That is where we're getting reports of this trouble. So police have been communicating with people in all the ways that they can, that they should shelter in place. And they are certainly, if they don't have this gunman in their sights, they are certainly searching for that. We have no information on what sparked this. And again, we have no information that anyone is hurt. Hopefully no one has been hurt, but police are flooding into the area. Make sure to follow us for the latest updates on our social media channels. You can also download the KGW app to get push alert notifications. We'll come back on air with an update if it's warranted. We'll also be back here at 4 o'clock with a live report from Hood River. Good afternoon. We have breaking news in the Columbia River
Library that is, again, it's saturated with officers. The crime scene tape is up, and it looks like they are coming and going. They are standing guard outside that library as we speak.
So many. It's not what you normally see, a different picture for a library. Andrea, if we still have you, because we may have missed this as we were trying to get these live pictures up, could you see people coming in and out of the library in that area, if you'll go back to that for us?
Honestly, I was so focused on her. I didn't see anything else, and that's what I was saying. I didn't even think to look toward the library entrance because I was so, just the pure look on her face, the horror on her face.
So many. It's not what you normally see, a different picture for a library. Well, you and your friend, Andrea, were
Andrea, if we still have you,
Good Samaritans, so thankfully
we were trying to
they
get these
ran
live
into you. So I take it she was safe.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
What would you say to people? Because this part of East Memphis, a lot of us are familiar with. We feel comfortable. We're coming and going. But this is another example of how crime can happen anywhere, at any time. You know, do you keep your guards up? What do you tell other people?
Well, I would tell other people that we need to be praying for our city. We need to definitely be praying for our city. We need to be putting our armor on daily in the city. And I love the city. I was born and raised in the city. So seeing things like this really, it bothers me because we get a bad rap. It's a really neat city. And I just say pray for the city. Continue to pray and pray fervently for the city.
Absolutely.
Words of wisdom.
Andrea Sansoni, thank you so much for speaking with us today. And more than that, thank you for being a good Samaritan and allowing that mother into you all's vehicle. Again, you said you and your friend were just out for lunch.
And just not turning a blind eye, because a lot of times we try to just,
ignore things.
Not my issue.
Or you're so busy that you're not paying attention. You being that alert.
I too think that's a God thing too. I think God put us there so we could be there for her.
Incredible. Stay safe.
What a way to look at it. Thank you so much. We appreciate you today.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, how scary is that? My God. It was the audio was sort of going in and out, so I was picking up bits and pieces, but what an incredible story.
Yeah.
And you're taking a live look. This is outside the library along Poplar, the Poplar White Station Library. Again, folks, a heavily traveled area. There are so many businesses in this particular spot of East Memphis. And we were just saying, we're zooming in now. It looks like TBI. Yeah, TBI is there. So we know state investigators, which is protocol. Whenever there is an officer-involved shooting, it is protocol, of course, to have those state investigators brought in to oversee all of this.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, we are on television right now because we're following breaking news out of East Memphis, where 2 people have been shot at or near the Poplar White Station Library. All of those details still coming in. One of them a civilian, we believe, the other a police officer. That police officer, we were showing you live pictures just moments ago, is at the Regional Medical Center. We were told listed in extremely critical condition. You're now looking at those live pictures where both marked, unmarked, cruisers, all of the women and men in blue who can. You see some of them, some of those uniformed officers, I believe, walking out right now as we speak, and there's that area that's taped off. But again, I want to read off sort of what they wrote here as they were getting information out. At approximately 12:32 p.m., officers responded to a call at 5094 Poplar. At the time, we can confirm an officer and another individual has been injured. Well, they updated that less than 30 minutes ago, saying the individual involved in the incident wasn't transported. That person was pronounced dead on the scene. The officer remains in extremely critical condition. Both were found to have been shot. We now know the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was called in. We just saw one of their agents walking in to that library. Into the library. So our crews are covering multiple scenes here. There we go, back at the that library, now a crime scene.
And we do. So we have reporters at both scenes. If they're not there already, they are headed there to, of course, gather more information. Just trying to read the faces of those officers who were coming out of that hospital. It's hard. We were trying to see perhaps if there were, if there were tears. They're sort of stone-faced right now. Mentioned about 20-30 minutes ago, I reached out to a source with Memphis police, and this is a person that has been in law enforcement for decades. And the only thing they could say was things are not looking good for someone who dons that uniform each and every day. You never want to hear that. You never want to hear that. Of course, we are going through so much when it comes to the weather, when it just comes to other incidents, other headlines that we're following, and then this happens. Big questions, of course, is what led police to this library in the first place. That is one of those unanswered questions that we're still, digging and working to get more information pertaining to. But we have some high-ranking officers who we can see coming and going. Absolutely. Some of the top brass. Yeah, they're coming and going from that that establishment.
In and out of that building. And again, this all took place just within the last hour. The other thing that I believe is important to mention outside of it being a crime scene is that this is a heavily traveled area on a typical day. I know folks are sort of recovering from 3 days of an ice storm. Kids have still been out of school with the melting ice. Yes. You may have a loved one, a friend or family member that was going to go grab lunch in East Memphis or headed out to maybe finally get back out to the grocery store or a home improvement store or anything like that. Keep in mind, we do know that
more than half the women in my cabinet, more than half the people in my cabinet, more than half the women in my administration are women.
So, and there are several high schools in that area.
Yeah,
but we
they're turning the camera around now.
We know school was out, and I'm sorry, Nicole, our producer, if you could just repeat. Okay, so we have been told again that the individual who was involved in this shooting was not taken to the hospital. They were pronounced dead. Right, yeah. They were pronounced dead right there at the scene. Right. But we have been told, of course, that officer was rushed away in extremely critical condition, fighting for his life. According to the source, they were telling me they kept using the pronoun he, so fighting for his life is the last that we have heard when it comes to that officer who was involved in this double shooting of some kind. At least 2 people, an officer and then someone who died right there at the scene. Again, crews headed there to gather more information. Just looking at the photos, especially from the Poplar Avenue area, there's at least a block. It looked like it was from Mendenhall, which we know there's a movie theater there.
Right.
There is a oh my goodness, a Chick-fil-A, which
the line is normally backed up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we know already. A
Starbucks not too far.
A congested area that stretches all the way down to Truce, which is where that Kroger is. People are still trying to get their groceries,
the Kroger, the Home Depot, or just get some gas.
Yeah.
We know that's again a very heavily traveled area. And we just spoke with a witness who was on the scene when so much of this was going on. She actually said she and her friend were just headed to lunch, and she saw a mother that came up to their car and asked, "Can I please get in?"
Panic-stricken on her face.
Right? And they said they knew the look on her face, something was wrong. So they allowed her into the car, took her to Clark Tower, and she just said, you know, she believed God put her there. Because in order to do that, and she just said, we need to be praying for our city. One of our investigative reporters has made it out to the scene. Stacy Jacobson is there. Okay, so Stacy, where are you, and what can you tell us?
Hey, Zanetta, right now we are at the corner of Truce Parkway and Poplar Avenue. We are directly across Poplar Avenue from the library where this all took place. I'm just going to step out so we can show you just the massive presence we have here of first responders, including the fire department, as well as a lot of MPD officers, as you can see them over here, just crossing Poplar Avenue. And this is, as you've been alluding to, just a huge scene. We have so many officers out here. You can see, if we can add and pan over a little more, we have traffic completely diverted. You cannot pass by the library or on Poplar right now. Nobody can keep going there, just diverting cars off of Poplar Avenue, which is of course in the heart of the city, in the middle of the day. So it looks like right now they are taking up some of the police tape right here as we're watching. This is some of the police tape that was crossing across Poplar, but it does not look like a lot of these emergency vehicles are going anywhere soon. What we can tell you is we know that the libraries, because of the weather, opened late today. They all opened at noon, and we know that the call for this incident came in just around 12:30. So it was pretty soon after the libraries opened that this all took place. And as we know, as you've been saying, we know that one person has died, an officer taken to the hospital. And this is just something that I think is bringing the whole city to a standstill, literally with the traffic and just figuratively with people just really on edge right now with everything we've had over the last week. A lot of people are still home today because of the weather. And it's really hard to kind of comprehend what you can see here. But we do see some officers leaving the library. We see this officer pulling away. But still, as you can see, just still a massive presence and a lot of the road being shut down. Okay, so we just heard a police officer saying, open it up regarding Poplar Avenue. So we might get some traffic going here soon. I see them taking some of the caution tape down. You can imagine it's Poplar Avenue in the middle of the day. This is the central business district of the city, and so they would be motivated to try to get the road back open and going so that people can continue on their day. But we're going to continue to talking to people out here. We know that, again, this happened around 12:30, just about 30 minutes after the library opened, because they had a delayed opening today, and it's definitely gotten people pretty scared out here. We're going to keep talking and find out more for you.
Wow. Thank you, Stacy. I mean, the image just behind you, Stacy, incredible. Several ambulances. We see the fire engine. We can see those officers sort of banded together. They're walking. At one point, it looked like they were going to actually extend that crime scene. That's what I was thinking when they were taking down the tape. But it looks like you said, they're motivated to open up Poplar for those who are trying to hop on the interstate up there, headed to Collierville and further out. But yeah, heavy presence.
They did just open up Poplar Avenue eastbound. I think westbound is still closed, but eastbound just reopened right here.
So Poplar at Truce Parkway, eastbound is now reopened. Is that what you were saying, Stacy?
That's what it looks like. I'm looking down a farther east. It looks like that is reopened, but it looks like westbound is still shut down.
So westbound still shut down. Again, zooming in, we're down as far, folks, as that. So that Baskin Robbins, Dunkin'. Is there a TCBY or is that?
That is because there's like the top.
Yeah, that's Brookhaven Circle, I think.
The Tops and TCBY. There's an oil change place down there. That's like down by Brookhaven, right? So
it's down by South White Station.
Yeah. Okay. And so I'm sorry, not Brookhaven. So it just gives you some perspective. And by the way, we're watching this. We're watching this together.
Yeah.
And so it gives you some perspective of how much of that area was affected. As Stacy was trying to, as she described, you know, it's difficult to even sort of describe the scene. As we heard from the very beginning from someone else who just happened to be in that area, just purely massive.
Yeah, our executive producer, Eric Lippert, was just saying that it looks like part of the westbound, at least one westbound lane might now be open as well. Or they may be having to get into that center turning lane in order to get around.
Okay.
Wow. Because at one point they were actually having those drivers take truce, and I would imagine then to park in order to get around. Because again, 240 is just,
it's just right there.
It's a quarter of a mile up. So everyone is trying to hop on. This is the lunch hour.
That's right.
All East Memphis, this particular area, this particular just corner nook, if you will, it's already crowded, and then you factor in once more the fact that it was lunch hour.
There's the Starbucks, there's the Whole
Foods, and there's a crime scene investigation van making its way in with the sirens or lights are going.
Blue lights flashing on that crime scene investigation van. A number also of Memphis Fire Department vehicles, both the ladder truck and other vehicles on the scene. What we do know, sadly, is that the other person involved in this died on the scene. That individual was not transported to the hospital. But this area just saturated with Memphis police. And keep in mind, folks, we were in day 3, round 3 of an ice storm. So folks have been cooped up at home, right? You've been at home with there's the mobile command post. And let me tell you, when you see that mobile command post, that means that we can expect to see top brass out there speaking directly to the media. They are in it for the long haul when they pull out that mobile command post.
Yeah, and we see that unmarked vehicle, unclear, but a lot of times we know the chief. Is the chief sometimes is, escorted around in an unmarked vehicle like that. So unclear if
who that might be.
May be there.
Right, if that's Police Chief C.J. Davis or one of the deputy chiefs who often work these scenes so frequently, and they come out to sort of not just be debriefed on what's going on, because we know that they're in constant conversation, but also they're often tasked with speaking to the media, and then we get that information out to you. Maybe your afternoon, or in this case your noon commute, puts you in this direction.
I was waiting to see if that car door, if that driver's door was going to open.
If we have a minute, we can wait to see if that car door opens, and if we can zoom in and see who is getting out of that vehicle, and if it may be Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis, as Jarita just mentioned, or just another high-ranking official with Memphis Police.
Not sure.
Okay.
And of course, this is something we expected, and that library, of course, closed. There is, an investigation that is underway as we speak. We can see a public information officer there in the distance getting briefed. We can surmise in order to. So those are some of the officers we go to get our information.
At least two,
and those are actually two. Yeah,
those are two. That's two, by the way. Public information officer. I want to read this. Our executive producer just mentioning this. All of this coming in. Poplar White Station closed. This is the library. Closed until further notice due to a serious security incident. All library employees have been evacuated from the library and are in a safe place. That coming from one of the directors, the deputy director of Memphis Public Library. That's important to note, because you may have friends, family, loved ones who are working at that library. They went to work today, opened up late we just learned from Stacey Jacobson. And as I mentioned, the city's been effectively shut down for the last 2 days. So if you were going to the library to take your children or to go pick up something or heading out, we know a heavily populated area and a library that people frequent, but those library employees are safe. Just wanted to point that out.
And this one is an extremely busy library, and that is because there are several high schools.
Oh, right nearby.
Yeah, right there. So they go there a lot for, even though school is out,
Yeah.
they go there a lot for, you know, study sessions, to print different things.
Sure.
So it's already a popular just area, but it's also a popular spot right there in East Memphis. We can see how things look here at the library, which is where that shooting is said to have happened. We can also, if we have time, we can go to the hospital, a live shot there, where that officer was taken. That officer was taken in extremely critical condition.
Yeah.
It is still surrounded with, of course, the yellow crime scene tape. It is also saturated as well with several officers who are, they've sort of been on standby, and it's really sort of hard to read the emotion on their face, but we have seen them coming and going, sort of wrapping their arms around one another, something you often see.
Yeah.
When one of the men in blue,
when one of their own,
is injured.
Absolutely. I'm looking at some photographs sent in by our chief photographer Josh Strawn of that same area, and he's got a few close-ups. They are standing, you know, some of them by unmarked vehicles, by their cruisers, watching and waiting, you would imagine, for whatever news is going to come out of that hospital.
But we have eyes on that front door.
Right. You see them right now.
Just to see, what's happening. And this is something that we have been seeing, and that's officers coming and
in
going.
And out.
They want information. Of course, we're digging to get information because number one, of where this happened. It's also an area, important to mention, surrounded by homes. We know the businesses, but this is
it's still a residential area.
It is still very much a residential area where this all happened, right there in East Memphis. They're still talking. The public information officers who we're going to reach out to see if there's any more information. We can also tell you that one of the, at least one of the westbound lanes is now open. The two eastbound lanes, or I think it's three, if I'm not mistaken. It looked like they were already open, and at least one of the westbound lanes has since opened, because at one point those drivers were being diverted onto Truce, and then they could take Park perhaps to make their way around, especially if they were trying to hop on Interstate 240.
Our reporter Stacey Jacobson, who is on the scene, who was showing us as it was happening, sent in just moments ago, less than 2 minutes ago, officially one westbound lane is now open. Jarita, you pointed our attention to that unmarked SUV. It looked like they were getting in and out, maybe some equipment out of the back. I'm not sure, what that was necessarily. We still haven't seen an individual come out of that vehicle. If you are just joining us, we are just shy of 2 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. We are on the air because we are following breaking news out of East Memphis, where 2 people have been shot, including a Memphis police officer. The other person died, we're told, at the scene. That Memphis police officer taken to the regional medical center in critical condition. We have been following this for the last hour or so. It happened around 12:30 at the library there in East Memphis at Poplar and White Station. You're looking at live pictures now from that scene at the library, where the library employees were told are safe. They have been evacuated because their workplace, and a place you all go, most of us have gone all the time, has become a crime scene. It is saturated, ladies and gentlemen, with police officers, firefighters, first responders. We can tell you traffic was heavily affected, as we've mentioned, in that area, but at least some of those lanes are now open. So if you know someone that was headed in that direction, they may have a better chance to get by now.
We can see the crime scene tape that is still out there. It looks like that crime scene area closest to the library, it just appears, I'm not sure, but it just appears as if it's continuing to grow. That crime scene investigation van to the left, which is now out of shot, it made its way in about 10 minutes ago. We can also see that mobile command post making its way in. That is when we know. And this is expected, because there is an officer who was injured.
And a civilian who died.
Absolutely. And when there's an officer involved, they're going to bring in those state investigators to try and piece this all together. Those blue flashers, I mean, they are as far as the eye can see. At least a block, it looks like maybe 2 blocks that remain blocked off.
And those parking lots. Those parking lots as well. We see they have set up, it looks like they're continuing to set up that mobile command unit. We see, I believe that's Orion in the background, the credit union. Again, heavily populated business area, and as Jarita just said, also a residential area in East Memphis. This is one of those days. The streets finally dry, so we see more traffic than we would have seen in the past 2 days at this hour.
But something Stacey mentioned, I think that is important, is, you know, this city has gone through so much. Already going through so much, and then you of course have this. Let's go ahead and go to Jordan James, who is live there at the scene, and looks like they are getting in position as we speak, and looks like he's also in East Memphis. Jordan, where are you exactly, and what can you tell us? What are you seeing? What are you feeling? What are you hearing?
Hey, Jarita and Zanetta, we're right here behind the library, and I can tell you that it is a very active scene out here. We've been over here over the past 20 minutes. From the moment that we arrived on scene, we saw an ambulance driving past us moments ago. The mobile command post that you can see right in front of you just arrived here on the scene. The newest information that we have from library officials is that they're calling this a security issue. At this point in time, we don't know what all that entailed, but I can tell you that one officer was taken to the hospital in extremely critical condition. And one person was pronounced dead on the scene. I did see TBI investigators. They did arrive here on this scene I would say about 20 minutes ago. We're expecting to get a briefing from them here in the coming minutes, I would assume. But I can tell you, just talking with different people in the community, there is a sense of people being on edge in light of the timing that this comes on at this point in time. But right now, we're still working to learn more. We did see what appears to be members of Memphis Police law enforcement team arrive here on the scene moments ago. We're hoping to learn more, but this is what the situation is looking like on the ground. As we learn more, we'll be sure to pass that information along.
While you're getting, let's address what's happening. It looked like an officer walked over and just said, "Hey, I need you to move back." So they're extending that crime scene, it looks like.
You just said that less than 10 minutes ago.
It happens when it's something this massive. So we're going to let Jordan and we're going to let our photojournalists get in position, and we will rejoin them, of course. But that is what happens when, you know, there are so many unknowns. There are so many moving parts. We never want to get in the way of an investigation. The officer was extremely kind. Just saying, I need you to get back.
But if you were watching us, that was what was happening, folks. And again, this is fluid. This is live television. We had Jordan just a moment ago, and he was being moved from his location. We are now rejoined by Stacey Jacobson, who has been on the scene, who's on the other side. That's right. Stacey, you have been there, I don't know what, the last 30, 45 minutes maybe?
Yeah, hey Zanetta. Over the time we've been here, we have seen Poplar Avenue open back up. So I'm just going to step out and show you now. There's a lot of traffic that is going in both directions on Poplar Avenue, but we still have a lot of first responder vehicles, namely several ambulances as well as fire trucks parked here, as well as a lot of officers, still a lot of them milling about in front of the library. I've noticed, as you've alluded to, that we have some public information officers out there trying to talk about what exactly had happened. But as far as the public access to Poplar Avenue and the area, that seems to have reopened, and drivers are going back and forth now. We haven't seen anyone. What I do want to also point out is it's really icy where we are standing right now. And so there's a bus stop right here that I would think a lot of times you normally would see a lot of people out here, but because of the weather conditions, I don't think there's as many people outside as there normally would be, because I'm on an island right here where I can walk around, and if I take 5 steps that way, it is a sheet of ice. So it's really hard to get around out here, and there are not as many people out here as I would think there would be on a normal day. And that might also account for drivers as well, just not as many cars. But It does look like things are thinning out from a public access perspective, and now we're just waiting to hear more from authorities about what Jordan mentioned.
Wow.
We can see, Stacey, a big difference in the number of officers since we last saw you and since we last saw Jordan, when that scene got expanded and they asked our crews to move back. We could see just a flurry of activity there at the front door of the library, and we're showing some pictures right now of just the number of officers that are now on that scene. I want to read to you just quickly an updated statement. Memphis police releasing this. A lot of it is the same information. They call it preliminary information. Again, the word preliminary. At approximately 12:32 p.m., officers responded to a call at the Poplar White Station Library. At this point, it is unclear what exactly occurred. However, preliminary information confirms that an officer and another individual were shot. The officer was transported to the Regional Medical Center, they said Regional 1, in extremely critical condition. The individual was pronounced deceased at the scene. The scene is secure. Due to it being an officer-involved shooting, at the request of the Shelby County DA, Steve Mulroy, the TBI has been notified about the incident and called to the scene. Earlier, we did see an agent, someone from the TBI already there, and I believe our Jordan James just told us that the TBI, we should expect to hear from them shortly. We saw that their PIO that worked the West Tennessee Division, Kelly McAllister, was going to be heading this way. We are all, as we speak, working the story from multiple angles, also trying to reach out to our sources to find out when we might be briefed by Memphis police, because they set up that mobile command unit.
I was just trying to get a grasp of who's there. I can see a homicide detective, very familiar with. I can see Memphis Fire, of course, that's EMT. You can see them coming and going. Unclear, why at this point, because we have not seen any of those ambulances that are on standby leave this particular area. We can also see the public information officers there as well. Those are the officers we go to get the information in order to bring it back to you. And again, there's other, top brass, but I can definitely see at least one homicide investigator that has been coming and going. She has been coming and going. So we're watching this play out with you. So once we get more information,
live television.
But we're covering this from every angle.
It's why you see me also on this phone, because we're reaching out to folks just to get a better idea, so we can get you the latest.
Are also,
get you the latest information about what's happening. Do we by any chance have Jordan back? I know that got cut short because he had to move. Okay, before we go back to Jordan or Stacey, we want to go back to Andrea Sansoni. Andrea was a witness. Said she happened to be going to lunch. She and a friend, she and a colleague, and what happened next is just not something everyone sees every day. Andrea, are you still with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you so much for being with us. If folks are just joining us, I know it might be repeating it for you, but if you just don't mind sharing your story. You said you and a colleague, you and a friend were literally just going to have lunch.
Yes, we're going to pick up lunch, and we were going Truth Parkway over Poplar, and as we were coming into the Clark Tower parking lot, we noticed a lady with her son coming across in front of the library, to the side of it, really went down into stepped off the curb, was going across the driveway, and she was running with the child, and the look of panic on her face, we knew something wasn't right. And so when we stopped, we rolled down the window, and just the terror on her face, we just knew that she needed help, and she asked if she could get in the car. So we got her in the car. And then we drove her over, and she told us that there was a shooter in the library. She heard shots. As she was trying to walk in, people were running out on her, and that's when she started running. So we drove her over to the Clark Tower.
You saw someone who said she heard those shots. It's not every day that someone walks up to you in such distress saying, I need help. And you said you all could just tell there was something different on her face.
Yes.
That panic.
Yes,
wow. Did she say anything as far as, because I know she was just trying to get out of harm's way, but did she say that she caught a glimpse of anyone, or it was just the sound of those shots that
heard? She just noticed people running out toward her, so then she heard, so then she turned and ran herself with her child. She picked up the child and ran.
Are you still in the area? Are you perhaps even in one of the businesses? Are you holed up, or where are you currently? Are you safe?
Yes, we're safe.
Okay.
We're safe. We do work near, but we're safe.
Okay.
We did call back to the office and asked everybody to lock the doors and told them that there was something going on.
Oh, very smart. And this is something you were saying previously. You were saying you were where you were supposed to be, I think is how you put it, in order to help this young lady.
Yes, I felt as if God had put me there.
Wow.
For sure.
Andrea, we won't hold you forever, but you know, this day is so different because folks have been, a lot of kids are at home from school for the third day. There were some businesses that were delayed or closed. Even the library itself didn't open, we learned, until 12. This happening around 12:30. What was it now? Poplar and East Memphis, that area is always busy, but there's still, you know, this morning and even now there's still some ice on the streets. Describe for us, if you will, kind of paint a picture of, you know, it's around lunchtime. Was the area extremely busy? Was it lighter than normal? Like, what did that look like?
It was probably a little lighter than normal, but it was still pretty consistent. And then once we made it across Poplar and things just started to change. You could hear all the officers coming, the police cars that were coming. We were getting calls from the office, like saying that there were so many sirens coming down the street, like what was going on. And obviously we had called back to tell them what was going on at that point. But it was, then it just changed to like there. Everything, the street was shut down. Once we made it across Poplar, and
you mentioned you're a Memphian. Are you familiar with this area of East Memphis? Have you seen anything? That was my question, really. Have you seen anything like this in the past? I'm very familiar with this area, and I've never seen this.
With this area, I love Memphis. Born and raised here, and our office has been on this street forever.
Wow.
So no, I have never seen anything like this. Now we've seen some silly things, but nothing like this.
And Andrea, you mentioned earlier when we talked to you, seeing now pictures there of that Memphis Police Command Post set up in the iBank parking lot there. Again, it is just a massive scene. But you said something earlier that, you know, is very important. You said that you felt like we just need to pray for our city. You said we you know, you love Memphis, and you know, you feel like it's a time for us all to come together.
It is. It's past time, really, honestly. I just feel like that praying for our city would change our city. You know, prayer.
No matter how many miles are on 100.
I love this city, and it makes me sad to see the people in blue going through what they go through, but then Memphians going through what they go through. We just need unity. I pray for unity in our city. You know, it's just something that we need, and that God will provide it, but we have to pray for it. On your armor. Yes ma'am.
That is a testimony right there.
Absolutely, and so well said. And you know, I think that we've mentioned earlier, Jarita, you know, yesterday the world watched the city of Memphis celebrate the life of Tyree Nichols, a completely different situation, but another example of eyes being on Memphis. And people who are from here, people who have lived here for a very long time will tell you we are a strong and resilient community. People who fight for one another. Right. You know, that grit and grind slogan doesn't just come from anywhere. It says something.
It's not just a motto, it is a mission. It's who we are.
And so it says something about the strength of the people. So I wanted to mention that as you talked about you know, being a witness to this, but also saying, look, I love my city. And you realize, you know, we're dealing with some complex issues here, and it's okay to talk about that. You just said, hey, you know, I heard for the police officers and I heard for the other people who are being harmed. We just thank you so much. And more importantly, thank you for being a good Samaritan today.
A kind neighbor.
A kind person.
That was a God thing.
A God thing. Oh. Well, Andrea Sansoni, thank you so much for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
You too. You too. We want to go back now to our Jordan James. Jordan, when we last saw you, the police were sort of asking the media to kind of shift a little bit. Now that you're further down in position, give us kind of your vantage point in what you're seeing now.
We're about, I would say, 50 feet away from that library, and since we last spoke, I have noticed that more agencies have arrived here on the scene. I saw specifically the ATF, the TBI, and more members of Memphis Police Department who also came out here to the scene. It appears that, you know, they're conducting the early phases of their investigation. I'm seeing them go into businesses that are surrounding the library. I'm assuming to talk to some witnesses to see if they have cameras to get more perspective as to what happened here. But the latest update that we got from MPD was that one officer was taken to the hospital in extremely critical condition, and one person was pronounced dead on the scene. At this time, they said they're still working to determine the circumstance surrounding the shooting, but I can tell you there is certainly a heightened sense of concern in this community, given that, you know, this comes at a time where tensions are sort of high in the community as many Memphians, you know, mourn the loss of Tyree Nichols, and for this to happen, I spoke with one man off camera. He's like, oh my gosh, here we go again. And that is kind of the sentiment that we're hearing. It appears that just different community members have came out here to the scene to just try to, you know, get to the bottom of this situation. But right now, things are sort of at a standstill. They have opened up lanes along Poplar Avenue, given that this is a major area where people travel. And as Dorita was saying earlier, we're right across the street from a Kroger. Several businesses are around this area. So, you know, this happened just after noon, you know, so this certainly could have been a worse situation. But all indications are at this point in time is that at least one person died and an officer was taken to the hospital in extreme critical condition. Several members of Memphis police leadership are sitting around talking with one another, and we're hoping to hear from them sometime soon. TBI, as I said, they are here. It's unclear at this time specifically when they're going to give us an update, but we're going to stay out here working to get to the bottom of this situation. Zanetta?
Hey, Jordan, before I let you go, you mentioned ATF, TBI, other agencies already out there on the scene. I know you guys have been talking to folks out there. We, you know, here back at the station have been reaching out as well and trying to figure out if we might get an update from Memphis Police. The last thing I heard was that, you know, they were still gathering some things and waiting to find out when or if that might happen, if it was going to happen, you know, at that scene. We're kind of at two scenes right now since you have an officer in the hospital. You obviously are on the ground and have a better vantage point since you've been talking with the officers. They rolled out that mobile command unit. As you mentioned, top brass are out there. Any indication, any sense that they might speak to the media from that scene?
As of now, we haven't gotten any indication from MPD. All they told us was to scoot back at this point in time, but we did see that the PIOs are still on the scene at this point in time. But I can say definitively we should for sure hear from the TBI, but it certainly is a fluid situation as multiple agencies work to get to the bottom of what exactly happened here.
Again, a lot of moving parts. Thank you. Jordan, stay safe out there. You know, taking another look, this is outside, of course, the popular White Station Library. And this is something we mentioned. You know, a lot of us we are immersed in this community. Absolutely. We have sources all over the city. Just reached out to a source just saying, what happened? Just, if you can tell us something. What I'm hearing from my source, at least, who is a homicide detective, is it appears police may have been responding to someone without a home, unsheltered. Okay. And then somehow gunfire. they're still trying to piece this all together. He's confused. You heard Jordan just mention ATF is involved, TBI is involved.
Just saw those pictures there.
Yeah, you can see that.
So for a moment, yeah.
Those state and federal investigators, they're all trying to piece this all together. But what I am hearing on my end is police are responding to someone who may have been unsheltered. And this is something I mentioned. I go past this library probably daily.
Yeah.
And Stacy also mentioned this. There is a bus stop right there. Okay. And so, you know, let's just go right to Stacy Jacobson, who's out there. She was talking about the fact that it's right across from a bus stop, and you can see sometimes people sort of laying out there. Stacy, any changes since we spoke to you, I guess about 10 minutes ago?
Yeah. Hey, Jarita. I did get in touch with one of the public information officers for the Memphis Police Department, just asking if they're going to give any type of briefing for the public. They said they're not sure yet, which means to me that they're probably talking through, like you alluded to, trying to figure out what happened and what they are going to tell the public. I am going to show you that there are a large number of officers standing in front of the library now, including people we've seen from the ATF as well as the TBI, and I've seen several also of those public information officers that are typically tasked with communicating information to us and the public. So I know that they're all standing out there talking, trying to piece together. But Jarita, also what you were saying and what I had talked about earlier is that yes, there is a bus stop out here on Poplar. There are plenty of sidewalks, and normally there would be, I think, a lot of people gathering out in this area, but these sidewalks are so icy right now. It's been really hard for us to try to get around, and so I don't know if that contributed to less people out here than usual, but if what you said is true, then it would make sense, as this is a high trafficked area where a lot of people would be standing to try to get the bus or to try to access some of the businesses or whatnot. So traffic is back open here in both directions. We know Poplar westbound is down still to one lane. Poplar eastbound, all three lanes are open, but traffic is moving along. I know part of Truce Parkway here between the entrance to the Home Depot and Poplar, that is still closed. But for the most part, traffic is back to moving out here.
Okay, so we're hearing from Stacy Jacobson, traffic, and we can see it behind her, actually. It looks like traffic is moving in both the east and westbound lanes. Traffic flowing, but as Stacy pointed out, not as many people as you normally would see before 2:30 on a weekday, simply because it's such a heavily traveled area. But folks have been off work or at home with their children. Yeah. Many daycares have been closed. So even folks who were maybe at a job that they could go to work, they've been at home with their children because childcare facilities were closed.
Wow. Again, I can only tell you what my source is saying, and that is that the officer, who again at last check was listed in extremely critical condition at Regional 1, and we may even have video still outside Regional 1 because we should have a crew there as well. Yes. But they are, my source is telling me that the officer that was injured has more than a decade of experience, more than 10 years.
Yeah.
So sad to see, sad to hear, sad to have to bring to you the fact that you know, someone who is tasked with serving and protecting is you know, in critical, extremely critical condition at this point. But this is how things currently look. We have seen law enforcement. I mean, we're not talking about just MPD. We are talking about deputies, those with the county. Right. We have seen them coming and going from Regional 1, one of the best, by the way, emergency care centers really in the nation. Some incredible doctors, but this is what we have seen. Things are just, it's sort of a controlled chaos, a calm chaos. I know it's an oxymoron because things are just all over the place, but things are, for the most part, really sort of calm. The area remains roped off with that yellow crime scene tape as investigators are still trying to, again, trying to piece this all together.
Well, and as you can see, as we go from one picture to the other, that door to the mobile command unit that we watched on live television roll on onto the scene, meaning they're going to be set up there for a while. That area saturated with law enforcement from Memphis Police, the Memphis Fire Department. We now know ATF as well as the TBI. It's protocol, by the way, when a law enforcement officer is involved in a shooting.
And that came from the district attorney.
The DA makes the call, and again, protocol. They call the TBI to then come in and lead the investigation. We are waiting to hear from the TBI. The TBI will usually conduct a media briefing. So they will set up staging at some point. Usually, a lot of times, it's where the Memphis Police Unit is set up, command unit, and they will also conduct a briefing. But what I was about to add was, you've got these two places. You know, obviously that area saturated, but on the flip side of that, all of those cars, all of those both unmarked cars and cruisers at the hospital, because they are there for that officer, for that officer's family, letting them know. In this case, we believe it's a male. We don't, that hasn't been identified, but that's what we're hearing.
They are using that particular pronoun of he.
Correct.
That he is in the hospital.
So we know that some of the folks, while you might have high-ranking and top brass officials there on that scene, we do know that the others are very well likely at that hospital.
Absolutely. We want to warn you though, because even when TBI, the spokeswoman with TBI, when she gets there, she's still trying to get this all together. So a lot of times it's still very limited. They will still come out with, you know, what they do know, which may just be a sort of a recap, but that information is extremely limited, and they never want to jeopardize an investigation. So we're still waiting for Kelly to get there. She's coming from the Jackson area. We're about 2 hours in at this point when all of this happened. And someone who's been out there for quite some time is our very own Jordan James. He was on one side of the library. They had to extend
Austin City Council. You should anticipate that as early as next Tuesday, we will have at a work session, we have a scheduled work session next Tuesday, we will have an opportunity then to begin the process of looking at it from the standpoint of the mayor and council. What I anticipate will happen on that Tuesday is we will get a report on the status of everything from Austin Energy to water to resource recovery, all the different things that we're having to deal with and we're reporting on here. That will be the first step toward a full meeting of the Oversight Committee. And by the way, when I say Oversight Committee, it is a committee of the whole council. So everybody is on this. That meeting, the first meeting of that committee is February 21st. That is in conjunction with one of our other work sessions, another work session we have scheduled. And so questions will begin. Obviously, they're already beginning, but right now we know we have people that can answer those questions that are busy doing other things in the field. That being said, Tuesday we'll start that process, and then we will have a more in-depth meeting on February 21st, because we need to have questions answered, including how we communicate with the public, how we make sure the public knows what's going on, and how we prevent this sort of incident in the future.
I have a water question and a power question. I'll start with power. What's the average time it takes per fix on a line right now, given everything?
Well, it's really a challenging question to answer, and the reason for that is because of the complexity of the situation and the obstacles and things that our crews are running into. So there is no average restoration time that we can give you at this time.
Is it taking up to 6 hours at some points? Is there any kind of range we can get with that?
You know, I'm going to let Elton answer this question. He's in charge of the field ops. Elton?
Yes, ma'am. The problem with trying to give an average time is there's no average. And what I mean by that is if You take a circuit which goes from a substation through multiple subdivisions to another substation potentially. Let's say you got 3,000 customers on there. It could be as simple as just a limb laying on the line. If it is, then the crew goes out, 30 minutes to set up, an hour to trim it, 30 minutes to make sure they're clear, and it's done. So a 2-hour job. Now take that same job with that same line, add a fully grown tree that goes into primary, breaks 2 poles and drops about 70 to 100 foot of primary. Now you're into 8 to 10 hour restoration. Then some of them are even more complex than that, and that's really what we're running into this one. Like I said, I've only been here 3 years, but even in Storm Uri, most of the damage was consolidated in one area when you talk about the circuit, that line. Here, the reason we're getting pounded is because there's like 3 different situations. So what would normally be a 4-hour repair on a line is now taking 12 hours because they're having to go to 3 different ones. Now, I'll tell you, one thing that we're really good about is adapting. And what we've done in the past is we send a bed crew out, we do a patrol on it, they trim it, and then the crews come in to do the repair. What we've adjusted on based upon the damage this time is we're actually assigning the vegetation management crews with the construction crew and the repair crew, so they're all traveling at the same time. And we did the same thing with the contractors. So I think what you're going to see in the next 24 hours is a massive decline in the customer count and also the lines repairs, if that helps. Say again?
Are limbs continuing to fall on power lines?
With the temperature increase today has probably been the best day that we've only seen ice dropping down. Before, what was happening is some of the crews would actually close in, re-energize the line, look down and see another limb fall from about 30 feet above, arc flash, and then open it back up again. So the rain that we had yesterday with the above temperatures was actually a godsend for us.
And then for Austin Water, you mentioned currently right now there's about 40 customers without water. Is that correct? Do we anticipate that number rising? What factors could contribute to that?
We don't anticipate that number rising. Those are in small pockets that we have that have small systems pumping into them, and so it's very specific to those particular areas of our system.
What would happen if people don't conserve tomorrow?
Well, I think we are producing plenty of water and we are keeping our tanks full. So the benefit of conservation is to just give us a little bit more flexibility to be able to respond to this evolving situation.
I know there have been warming shelters for people who are without power the last couple of days, but is there any sort of long-term plan set in place for families who are going to be out of power for potentially up to like 5 or 6 days?
Yeah, well, certainly we work with our nonprofit providers and other resources, but led by public health through our emergency operations center to provide those types of services. Again, I'll just ask the community to know, if you do need a place to stay tonight, you can either go to One Texas Center and we will be transporting you to our cold weather shelters. We have not turned anyone away during this entire operation, and we will keep those open as long as they're needed. We are also going to be opening up full operations of our city tomorrow, and so our libraries, our rec centers, where they're available to be open, they will be open as warming centers for our public tomorrow.
This is for Austin Energy. We've heard from some residents who say they have tree limbs on power lines, and they say that's a fire hazard, and no one has been able to come out to look at that. What is the prioritization looking like for those with that situation, and then also those with no power?
So if a limb is currently right on a line and there's no arcing that is going on, and with the moisture that we've had and the moisture on the tree limbs, I would say that there's less of a fire impact. Now, if people were to see arcing and that sort of thing, we would want them to report that. They certainly can use our resources and let us know, make sure that we're aware of that situation. But if there's not currently a power outage, we're going to focus on trying to get power restored.
Yeah. Also for Austin Energy, do you have any backlog of tree trimming and maintenance, and will there be any review or changes to your policies and practices around that?
So I'm going to let Elton answer that question because vegetation management falls under his purview. But I will say that we always do an after-action review when we have incidents, especially of this magnitude, and we will be looking at our policies and seeing if there are adjustments that we need to make, and we'll be working with our stakeholders and our governing board to implement those. Is there something you want to add, Elton?
Yeah, so again, with transparency, is there a backlog? Absolutely there is, and I'll tell you why. Prior to me arriving here, the city council at that time had restricted the trimming on the trees down to an unsustainable manner. The CEO that came in, Charles Dickerson, presented to the council to get it back to the industry standard, which we are now doing between fast growth and slow growth. We increased our budget by twice 2 years ago, and since that time we have been just pounding on the vegetation. It's probably going to take another 3 years to get the whole city back on a normal cycle, but our concentration was we prioritized which ones had the wildfire locations, worked with the council members in those areas. Then we also looked at the ones which had the most outages that had occurred, and then we worked with the council member in those areas. So that's what we concentrated on, was those 2 areas. That's our highest return for the time that we had. So that's where we're at.
Within the past 6 months, Austin Energy customers have seen 2 rate increases.
Oop, I'm backing out of that one.
What do you have to say to those citizens who are saying, why are we continuing to pay more if we can't depend on the services when we need them the most?
So there are two different components to our rates: our power supply adjustment, pass-through charges, our regulatory charge, our community benefits charge. One was the power supply adjustment that was increased last fall, and I explained that in detail this morning. The other adjustment that we made was to our base rates, and the base rates pay for Elton's crews. They pay for the tree trimming, the vegetation management. They pay for the poles. They pay for our infrastructure.
Okay, you have been listening in to Austin officials there talk about what they are doing to restore the power after all this wintry, icy weather has swept through the area. Thousands without power still. They have also kind of outlined some of the warming centers and stations residents can go to while they wait for their power to be restored. We're going to move away from some of these weather-related stories. We want to just take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more stories left on this Thursday. Just want to preview one we'll be talking about after the break. Take a look at this tweet. One of the places this Chinese spy balloon was spotted was Montana. We're talking about a Chinese spy balloon that was spotted over the United States near Montana. We'll be bringing in some of our experts to discuss this. Also, developments in the war in Ukraine. We'll have that after the break. We'll go back here to Live Now from Fox. Breaking news here. We have just some video that we found and obtained on Twitter of this purported Chinese surveillance balloon that was spotted over the United States. This is Twitter user @Martin in Montana. This was spotted in Montana as well. Just want to put up this tweet from our own Josh Breslow. Here's the AP wire alert of it as well. Pentagon says the Chinese spy balloon spotted flying over the United States has decided not to shoot it down due to risks. That's somewhat comforting. So, according to the Washington Post, a senior U.S. defense official speaking on the condition of anonymity under ground rules set by the Pentagon said that the Defense Department considered shooting it down over Montana on Wednesday, but decided against doing so out of concern for what might happen to the debris. We also have this tweet from here at Live Now. One of the places the balloon was spotted was Montana, which is home to one of the nation's 3 nuclear missile silo fields at Malmstrom Air Force Base. We're also learning Lloyd Austin, the defense secretary, who's traveling right now in the Philippines, convened a meeting of senior defense officials to discuss the issue just today. Let's put this video back up. We want to bring in right now national security expert and CEO of Global Risk Intelligence Planning, Hal Kempfer, with the latest. Hal, this is breaking as we speak. What do you think the Chinese were doing with this? What did they want to obtain information, what have you? What's going on here?
Andrew, obviously they're collecting intelligence. That's what the balloon is for. It's a very passive collector, obviously very long duration because it's a stratospheric balloon, so it can fly up there for a very long time and basically just collect. It could have cameras on it, various other optical sensor systems, infrared, but it also could have some signals intelligence collection means where they're picking up on emanations and things like that from the ground, to include potentially even cell phone signals, all sorts of stuff. So there's a lot of things that it could be used for. I don't think the timing is coincidental with all the things that are going on with their provocations against Taiwan, with the just announced basing agreements with the Philippines, that it would seem that they're doing this to kind of, sort of push the edge a little bit to see what they can do. Now, it's been flying over U.S. territory for a few days. Way back when, I used to work under U.S. Northern Command, and issues of things like this, what would happen if, for example, if they shot that down and it landed and it destroyed property or, heaven forbid, injured somebody or killed someone. These were issues that we have to work through all the time. So it's something that we look at the risk benefit of this. They've obviously decided that right now it's best just to leave it up there, but it's flying over some strategic bases where we have nuclear missile silos. It's also an area where we traditionally have our bombers are based, our strategic bombers. It's also generally flying in an area that could take it over North Dakota and potentially take it over Grand Forks, which is that base that's been in the news, where we have our Global Hawk, high-flying, long-duration, more strategic unmanned aerial vehicles, where the Chinese want to buy a farm right near that base. And, of course, we've said no, we don't want them to buy that farm near the base to stop potential intelligence collection for the Chinese from that area. Interestingly, this balloon is a stratospheric balloon, so it flies in that same altitude spectrum that the Global Hawks fly. And so the question would be, is it collecting intelligence on Global Hawks? Is it potentially out there simply to obstruct our Global Hawk operations? There's a lot of different things that they're considering, they're looking at with the timing, where it's at. And of course, we're watching it very closely. We're collecting intelligence on the intelligence collection balloon. Yeah. We want to know how much control they have. Interestingly, is it directional? Can they do some things with it? And we're also looking very closely to see whatever we can see from this distance as far as their collection means. So there's a little bit of, I'm not going to say cat and mouse per se, but there is collection on the collection that's going on. And so there may be some other reasons why we're not wanting to shoot it down as well.
Yeah, I guess my point and my question is how escalatory could this have gotten, so much so that Lloyd Austin convened his staff in the Philippines on this trip to discuss the very option of shooting it down. If we did take that measure, what would that send to China?
Well, I don't know if it'd be a provocation per se.
Okay.
They violated our airspace. There's a whole discussion, and it's the right thing. This is the decision within the system we have for dealing with these things, particularly in the area of responsibility under U.S. Northern Command when it's over U.S. territory. It tends to go to the Secretary of Defense level. It goes to the White House level in terms of some of these decisions, in terms of what we're doing. So he did the right thing. That's what I would normally expect, is they would stop and have a discussion, and they would do a risk analysis, and they would talk about what they think it's doing, and it'll be all the latest intelligence they have on it. And there's a variety of things that we in the public will never know that were part of that discussion and part of that decision-making matrix, if you will, that led them to where they are right now. Now, if the balloon does something unexpected, maybe we'll revisit that, and maybe we will find a way to take it out. And there could be discussions with the Chinese as far as what's on the balloon, and there may be some other reasons why we don't want to bring it down as well. There could be something with the balloon that has hazardous materials or something like that, and we don't want that landing on U.S. territory.
Hal, I just want to put up, we just got a statement in from Pentagon Press Secretary Brigadier General Pat Ryder. He says the United States government has detected and is tracking a high-altitude surveillance balloon that is over the continental United States right now. The U.S. government, to include NORAD, continues to track and monitor it closely. The balloon is currently traveling at an altitude well above commercial air traffic and does not present a military or physical threat to people on the ground. Instances of this kind of balloon activity have been observed previously over the past several years. Once the balloon was detected, the U.S. government acted immediately to protect against the collection of sensitive information. Hal, just on that point, also we're learning from other news outlets that U.S. military officials are taking additional steps to obscure sensitive sites, kind of what you were alluding to, just so some of this information the Chinese want cannot be obtained or gleaned, right?
Well, we want to protect our information. We seem to be having a little bit of a glitch here with the signal, but we want to protect our information. We want to protect the integrity of our military sites up there. On the other hand, we don't want to unnecessarily cause harm. So it goes back to a decision matrix on what they want to do. There could very well be something in that balloon with that system which could potentially be hazardous if
person died. Just react to this news of the double shooting.
This news is different because it hits different because this is an area that I often eat lunch at because this area has been safe for so many years. But now the culture of the city, the attitude of the city, you can sense the tension no matter what part of the city you're in. In places that normally would be safe, we're having incidents where people would normally have a conversation. Those conversations now lead to gun violence because we're no longer communicating as a community anymore. So something has to be done. I don't know if we need to just hold a town hall meeting at FedEx Forum and learn how to communicate and live with one another once again, but we have to do something to break this tension and this immorality that we see on a daily basis.
And you said something off camera interesting as asking the question, where are you safe at? Is that concerning for you?
It is concerning for me because I'm a father, I have a son, and where do you go to get away from the things that we used to run from? Now, there's no safe zone in Memphis. Anything can happen anywhere at any time, at any moment. And Memphis didn't used to be like that. It seemed like our southern hospitality that we were so proud of having, we no longer have abundance of southern hospitality anymore. We have abundance of violence and attitudes and not being able to be community concerned. Like we're no longer living together. We're living in spite of each other instead of living with each other.
And I know that you told me you've been in the area just over an hour. What were the initial reactions when you looked over to your left and saw the scene?
When I saw the police, I thought they was going somewhere away from this area because this area has been predominantly positive for so long that you probably have to go back 15 years before there's an incident of this nature in this neighborhood at this time of day. This is where people come to eat at because there's a lot of nice restaurants and nice people and nice attitudes. But now, places where you would normally go that will be nice, you have to be careful everywhere. And it's sad that the city is on such a tension. There's so much tension in the city that no matter where you go, there's something negative can happen, and we have to do something about it.
You know, that's the sentiment that we're hearing out here today, that several people want changes in light of what transpired. What we know at this time is that that officer was taken to the hospital in extreme critical condition. One person has died here on the scene. We're still waiting on an update from the TBI, which could happen sometime in the coming hours. But as I said, multiple agencies are still out here, MPD, the ATF. Right now, they're discussing this case. And as more information comes available, we'll pass it along. Reporting here live, Jordan James. Back to you.
Oh, Jordan, thank you. I mean, Marlo said it best. You can't even go to a library. There are some places where you just feel safe. A library is one of those places, and that is where this double shooting, it appears, happened. We know an officer is listed in extremely critical condition. There was a civilian who was pronounced dead right there at the scene. We are still working to get many questions that we know you have answered. And that, of course, is what brought officers here in the first place. We have even more of our colleagues, more crew members who are out right now, literally pounding the pavement.
To gather more details. Stacey Jacobson just notified us. We heard from her moments ago that the TBI public information officer is at the scene. So we may be getting an update directly from them. Something that we pointed out earlier was that when there is an officer involved in a shooting, it is protocol to call in the TBI. The Shelby County District Attorney makes a call, and they are called in to lead the investigation. Getting in some information here about the number of times that the TBI has been called in just in the last several months. It looks like 7 to possibly 8 times that the TBI has been called in to investigate since DA Mulroy was sworn into office. He was sworn in August 31st, and as of the January 8th call, the use of force incident, which we now know was dealing with the life of Tyree Nichols, that was 7. So this might make 8.
My goodness.
It's 7 or 8 at least, and that is just since August. So what that means is the county has called in the Tennessee Bureau of Investigate to come in because there have been at least 7 to possibly 8 incidents from the time DA Steve Mulroy was sworn in. We are also, our investigative team, looking at this from multiple angles. They are at this point dissecting some audio, those 911 calls that may have been going out around that time. And it clearly, and again, we're waiting as they're gathering more of that information. But we heard this early on that they thought that they were possibly responding to a shooting call at Clark Tower, but then they say no, they will be inside the library. Then they give them information where to go, Truce Parkway. They ask, do we have any other cars in the area of Poplar and Truce? We need to start blocking intersections for this. So again, then they say at this point, we're blocking off all major intersections on Poplar. They asked for verification on if the officer had been shot, where that officer had been shot, and who has been shot. Again, we're pouring over these details as they come in.
So we've had the chance to speak with, to hear from Stacey Jacobson, Jordan James there at the library. We've had the chance to see how things are sort of shaping outside Regional 1. We have a crew member who is now there. Ashley Paul is outside the hospital. Ashley, you know, what's the sense? What's the feel outside Regional 1?
I would say the feel out here is definitely pretty somber. I'm stepped away from the camera right now so you guys can see a closer look. We just saw several officers walk out of the hospital. It's typical when we see something like this, an officer-involved shooting, that several police officers and police cars come here to Regional 1 Hospital and kind of stand ground out front just while we wait for updates. But here are some things that aren't typical that we're seeing today. You can see this police line, do not cross tape. We have not seen that ever before in my experience and the experience of the photographers that have been in Memphis for much longer than I have. We have not seen them put out police tape to block off so much of the area. So that's definitely something different. Another thing, they have blocked off Jefferson pretty much completely to traffic unless you're coming to the hospital for an emergency. So right now now. Police are blocking the area. You can't get through here between police tape and cop cars. It's just kind of blocked off as we wait for an update on this officer. Now, as you've heard, he is in extremely, we're not sure if it's a he or a she, but this officer is in extremely critical condition. So right now we're just kind of waiting for an update along with several other officers that are out here. We're trying to figure out what happened, what led up to this that left one person dead and this other officer in critical condition. So we're just hoping to find some answers. But like I said, the mood out here is pretty somber as we wait to learn those details.
I was going to ask you about, because before you got there, we were, we had the chance to just sort of watch everything as it was happening. We could see those officers coming from the hospital, but we could still see some traffic, one or two vehicles making their way through that yellow tape area. So you're saying it's those who are going to the hospital, because of course you can't block it off from others who have to access the emergency room. So they are allowing those who are trying to access the hospital to still make their way through. Is that correct?
That is correct, and you can see right over here, here's a fire department vehicle, an ambulance coming through here. So they are letting people who need to access the hospital, of course, gain access. Also, just about a half an hour to 45 minutes ago, there was an unmarked car that came through here, and a woman got out, possibly a mother or a sister or a wife of the officer injured. So we have video of that we'll show you guys momentarily, but they are letting cars through that absolutely need the access, but for the general public, not right now.
Besides Memphis police, are you seeing deputies? Are you seeing what other law enforcement could possibly be out there at this point?
Well, right now we're right next to a Memphis police car, so we have that. We see several police cars. From where we're standing, that's the only agency that we're seeing out here. Of course, we just saw that ambulance come through marked with the Memphis Fire Department, but we're not seeing deputies out here from what I can tell. Now, it does appear that there are some unmarked cars. I can't say for sure which agency they are with, but the marked vehicles that we're seeing and the law enforcement officers that are out on scene all appear to be with Memphis police.
All right, Ashley Paul, our reporter there at the Regional Medical Center, where we know a Memphis police officer is in extremely critical condition after a shooting at a library in
behind them and cut them off, and that's the essence of warfare, and I'm sure that's what they're looking at.
All right, Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your insight into these major international headlines, and we'll bring you on again, of course, to talk about them. Thanks so much, Hal.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
All right, let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we do want to get into the White House press briefing. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre taking a number of questions from reporters about a whole host of topics. We'll have it after the break.
amid extreme attacks from Republican officials just across the country. So she has a hard time out, right? You have to get out of here because she does have to meet with the president in the Oval Office in a few minutes, but she wanted to speak with all of you and take some questions. And John, what is yours?
I'll take that question. Good morning. Later today, President Biden is hosting an event in honor of the 30th anniversary of the Family and Medical Leave Act. He will be joined by Vice President Harris and several members of his cabinet, and will welcome President Bill Clinton back to the White House to celebrate the first bill that President Clinton signed in office. The Family and Medical Leave Act came about after years of work by advocates and members of Congress, including support by President Biden as a senator, and from an historic number of women trailblazers in Congress, some of whom will join the president at the White House today. This event is a moment to recognize the difference that the Family and Medical Leave Act has made and continues to make for millions of Americans. But it's also a moment to recognize the work that remains to be done to support workers, including the need to pass a national paid family and medical leave law. The president will discuss recent actions the administration has taken to support women in the workplace, including through the year-end omnibus, which included the passage of the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act and the Pump for Nursing Mothers Act, as well as significant investments in child care. To give you an idea of what these wins mean for women, the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act requires employers to offer reasonable accommodations to pregnant women and new moms, basic long overdue protections like bathroom breaks and a stool to sit on. This is good for maternal health, infant health, and it's also good for the economic security of women and their families, ensuring that they're not pushed out of a job and instead can stay in the workforce and continue supporting their families. It also allows workers to take time off to recover from childbirth, including many women who don't have access to parental leave. The president is also committed to continuing to support women's economic security, which is why today he issued a presidential memorandum to support federal employees' access to leave when they need to care for themselves or loved one, including during their first year of employment and for reasons related to domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, or stalking. Fighting for women's economic security is a top priority, of course, but I would also like to touch on another priority, protecting access to reproductive care for women across the country amid a wave of extreme legislation at the state and national level. As a result of the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, more than 26 million women in the United States currently live in a state that has banned abortion. And while the president and the vice president stand with the majority of Americans in believing that the right to choose is fundamental, we continue to face an all-out assault by Republican officials on women's access to reproductive care. I'll just outline briefly the focus of our fight right now. First, we're fighting anti-choice legislation in Congress. Since House Republicans took office, they have proposed 3 separate national abortion bans and an additional number of bills to restrict access to reproductive care. The President and the Senate Democrats will be a firewall against this extreme legislation while continuing to call on Congress to restore the protections of Roe versus Wade as federal law. That leads me to our second focus, which is taking executive action to defend reproductive rights. As you know, the President has already issued 2 executive orders to safeguard access to reproductive health care, and on what would have been the 50th anniversary of Roe, the President took another step, issuing a presidential memorandum to further support safe access to medication abortion. These efforts are extremely critical, and especially critical in the face of Republican officials denying the science, threatening pharmacies, and fighting access to safe FDA-approved medication. And I'll remind you that medication abortion accounts for more than half of all abortions in the United States. We're also working closely with state leaders who are fighting to defend reproductive rights, those on the front lines of addressing the more than 100 anti-choice bills that have already been filed for the 2023 legislative session. And we're supporting state leaders in taking proactive action, again, as well, to protect access to abortion. This week, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz signed the PRO Act, making Minnesota the first state in 2023 to pass legislation codifying the protections decades of Roe. So there's a lot of work to be done to ensure women everywhere in this country are treated with the dignity and respect they deserve, but the president remains committed to fighting for gender equality and gender equity, and I really look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you so much, Jen. Thank you. There's a white jacket.
Hi.
Hi, Jen. I'm Courtney Rose. I'm from Former Government. I wanted to ask you were talking about abortion medication. There's a conservative group in Texas that's seeking an injunction to stop mifepristone distribution. The group is called Alliance for Defending Freedom. What will you do or the White House do to help counter the suit? I know that this touches on what you're trying to do to expand access to abortion drugs. And will you more clearly argue that the FDA's regulations on the abortion pill preempt state law?
Thanks, Courtney. I'm not going to comment on pending litigation, and of course I direct you to the Department of Justice to talk more about that. But I do want to step back and look at the facts. Mifepristone has been on the market for 20 years. The FDA determined that it is safe and effective, and it's used all around the world. And as I just said, it accounts for the majority of abortions here in the United States. Lawsuits and other extreme measures that have been announced by state officials, including threats to the litigation you just referred to, threats to pharmacies, are about coming after the right to access care and FDA-approved medication. And that's why we are going to remain committed to protecting legal access to medication abortion within the limits of the law. And that's why the president has already taken several steps to do that and reaffirmed this in his most recent presidential memorandum on medication abortion.
Talking about supporting state-level leaders and working against legislation that restricts abortion. Can you be more specific about what that means, how you're supporting them?
We've met regularly, and the Vice President has met with hundreds of state legislators over the course of the last months, really since the Dobbs decision came down, to help them, bring them together so that they can share information about both how to pass proactive state legislation to protect reproductive rights and also to fight back defensively against the extreme legislation that they're seeing in states. And so you've already seen a number of states pass helpful legislation, and as I just mentioned, the fight goes on because there are 100 bills already filed in the 2023 legislative session that are anti-choice. And so we will continue to work with state legislators, governors, mayors, and state attorneys general to help them in that fight.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Really quickly, there are Democrats that are calling on the president to include a paid leave proposal in the upcoming budget. Can you kind of talk about that?
I can't talk about what's in the president's budget, but what I can note is that he included a paid family and medical leave proposal in both his FY22 and FY23 budgets, and he has been quite clear and talked about this in the campaign and prior to that about his support for paid family and medical leave.
Thank you. As you just noted, the president has pushed for this before. Other administrations have been through this before. Why do you think now is different? Now is the time to renew this push, especially when we've seen this falling short before?
Well, I think, we've seen, and I just noted a few really pretty major legislative wins with bipartisan support. The Pregnant Workers Fairness Act has been introduced for 10 years and finally passed with, as I said, strong bipartisan support. And I think that, the lesson there is that you keep fighting for the things that are good for families, working families, and by the way, good for the economy, which is very much true of paid family leave and the president's entire care agenda, which also includes, of course, child care and elder care.
Yeah, are you satisfied, I'm wondering, with the Supreme Court's investigation that concluded over the leaking of the Dobbs decision? There's been some criticism that Michael Chertoff advised it, and then also that the justices themselves weren't under oath and got to sort of be part of the process.
I could take that once you're done.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll come back to that. Anybody else? Oh, go ahead.
Jen, I wondered, have you seen any movement from more moderate Republicans on reproductive rights? You were mentioning that there's been bipartisan support for some of these other pieces pieces of legislation when it comes to families. I just wondered on the issue of reproductive rights, like where are you guys with trying to move more moderate Republicans?
Well, the president has been really clear that the only way to replace fundamental constitutional right that has been taken away, which is what the Supreme Court did in the Dobbs decision, is to pass federal legislation codifying the protections that existed under Roe. And he will, and we will, and the Vice President will continue to work to do that with anybody who is willing to work with us on that. I will note that, we have heard and seen, quite publicly some Republicans trying to moderate their view, but I think it's really important to look at their voting record. Many who are talking about protecting women's access to health care are actually voting quite differently. They voted for bills that ban or severely restrict abortion. They've actually co-sponsored legislation to ban abortion. And, this summer, a number of them did not vote for the Right to Contraception Act, which would both protect and expand the right to contraception.
The last question in the back.
I was just wondering, the HHS secretary brought up the prospect of an emergency on abortion again earlier this week. He sort of said that an evaluation was still underway. Do you have any insight of that from the White House's perspective?
Yes. I mean, we have said before, and I will continue to say that no option is off the table that will expand access to reproductive health care. But at this point, we don't believe that declaring a public health emergency would provide meaningful new resources in this fight.
Thank you so much, Jen. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. I have a couple things at the top, and then we'll get to it. Okay. So as you know, last week, President Biden told Tyree Nichols' family that he would continue pushing Congress to send the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act to his desk. To that end, the president will host some members of the Congressional Black Caucus at the White House later today to discuss shared priorities, including the path forward to police reform in Congress, and the vice president will also be in attendance. This is an issue that is deeply important to the president, and one that he has long partnered with members of the Congressional Black Caucus on. Members of the Congressional Black Caucus were critical partners in advancing the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act last session. And when Senate Republicans blocked the legislation from reaching the president's desk, the president worked with members of the Congressional Black Caucus to take sweeping executive action to set the gold standard for effective, accountable policing at the federal level. Today's Oval Office meeting will provide an opportunity to discuss the important reforms that have already been implemented because the president acted when Congress could not or would not. Reforms like banning chokeholds, significantly restricting no-knock warrants, and requiring the use of body cams at the federal level. And immediate changes like prohibiting the transfer of military-grade firearms, grenade launchers, and other military equipment to law enforcement agencies. But as the
Okay, so we just wanted to show you some of the White House press briefing. We showed it in its entirety earlier this afternoon there. Karine Jean-Pierre kind of previewing what that meeting was in the Oval Office amongst President Biden, the Vice President, and leaders of the Congressional Black Caucus. Also, the news that we just brought you about what the Pentagon is now saying about this Chinese spy balloon that was spotted over parts of Montana. They are not going to shoot it down now for the time being. We'll have more updates on that as that story develops throughout the day. Let's get into some politics news as well. A lot of these possible GOP contenders for 2024 are speaking out. They're hiring staff. They're talking with donors. And one of them, of course, former President Donald Trump, is going on a number of different interviews talking about who these potential rivals might be. But also President Biden is talking about who his rivals might be as well. Fox's Madeline Rivera has this report from Washington.
We can join hands and get things done.
While President Biden isn't saying if he's running in 2024, his outgoing chief of staff suggests it's not a matter of if, but when.
I look forward to being on your side when you run for president in 2024.
The field of Republicans looking to take him on is slowly taking shape. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley is hinting she'll throw her hat in the ring with plans to make a big announcement on February 15th. A 2024 run would pit her against her former boss, former President Donald Trump.
I've never lost a race. I said that then. I still say that now.
I think she'll be a very credible candidate.
Haley may not be the only former Trump official in the list of possible Republican primary contenders. Former Vice President Mike Pence and former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo are among those rumored to be thinking of running.
This could split the anti-Trump vote, such as it is, or it could offer Republican voters a sense that there is a strong alternative to Trump.
And there may be an opening as former President Trump's campaign struggles with a slow start. He hauled in roughly $9.5 million after announcing his candidacy in November, a drop-off from the nearly $12 million raised in the weeks prior. And other former Trump allies are now distancing themselves from him.
While I campaigned for Trump in 2016, I think that he is not the best for the future of our party or our country.
A Fox News poll shows 44% of voters have confidence in former President Trump, while 45% have confidence in President Biden. That number could spell trouble for the president if he runs in 2024. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much. Okay, speaking of President Biden's reelection prospects, or at least timing of an announcement, we're being told by White House sources that that could come after the State of the Union, which is next Tuesday. Let's talk about all this. We want to bring into the conversation Washington Post reporter Hannah Knowles, who's been tracking some of these GOP contenders. And Hannah, thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Let's talk about the news that kind of broke late, I believe Monday night, about former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley's pending announcement is that